right, y'all come on up. Y'all come on up in here. This is the topic today. Let's talk about it. Y'all come on up in here. Let's talk about it. This is the topic today. This is the topic today. Y'all come in, hit that like button. Let's get this thing started. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Come on. Come on up in here. Pound that like button. Let's get the show started. Sleeper cells, agent provocateurs, and shields in FBA communities and social media. Oh, we are gonna talk about it today. Come on up in here, family. Y'all know, click that like button. Let's get to 3K. Let's get to 5K. Let's get to 5K likes. Let's get to 5K likes. And let's get this program started. FBA. Let's talk about sleeper cells, agent of provocateurs, shields in our communities, and on this app. They on this app, y'all. Let's talk about it. Come on. Let's let a couple more people get in the room. When y'all come in the room, get in the habit of pounding that like button, and we're going to get this thing started. Pound that like button. Let me show you how it works. It's just like this. Look, just very simple. Just pound that like button just like that. Everybody pound the like button when you come up in here. Let's get to 5K likes. Let's get to 5K likes. Just pound that like button. That's all you got to do. Pound it. Pound it, pound it, pound it. Let's get there. This is what we're talking about, y'all. Sleeper cells, agent of provocateurs, and shields in FBA communities and social media. We got to talk about it, man. I think we had an interesting show yesterday. It got way off track. But we got people that just flat out lie. We got people who claim to be foundational Black Americans, and they just flat out lie. I don't even know what to tell you. See, I don't trust everybody, y'all. I'm cautious. Because I know that among us are people who really don't love us. They do a lot of this. We had an interesting show yesterday, didn't we? That's why we got to talk about it. Sleeper cells, agent provocateurs, shields in FBA communities and social media. Pound that like button, people. Pound that like button. Pound that like button. Let's get the likes up and let's get the show started. Let's go over some definitions. Sleeper cells. Individuals or groups who infiltrate communities and lie dormant until activated to cause disruption, often with the intent to sabotage or manipulate community objectives. Y'all need to pound that like button, y'all. Pound that like button. Pound it. Okay? Agent provocateurs. Individuals planted within a community to incite conflict or violence, making the group appear volatile or dangerous to authorities and the public. We got to watch out for sleeper cells. We got to watch out for agent provocateurs. And let's talk about shields. People who promote specific agendas. We got a lot of them. You see people coming here, for Kamala, Trump. You see people coming here and they try to change the topic. shields people who promote specific agendas, often in subtle ways, to sway opinions or discredit leaders and movements within the FBA community. That's what they do. That's what they do. Purpose of infiltration in FBA community is to weaken the unity by sowing discord, confusion, and mistrust within the FBA community. I don't know if y'all was here yesterday. Y'all know we had a certain individual that was sowing discord and sowing confusion. And I'm going to give him a chance to come back up. I'm going to give him a chance to come back up, but I'm not going to let him do what he did yesterday. I'm going to give him a chance to come back up because if y'all remember, he said he sent me something, but nothing was sent. He said he was going to show me something, but nothing was shown. He said he was going to bring up somebody. Well, we're going to see if he bring them up today. I bet you he won't. I bet you he won't. Y'all hit the like button because this is what we're talking about. Sleeper cells, agent of provocateurs, and shields in the FBA communities and social media. Y'all pound that like button. Pound that like button. Let's talk about it. Purpose of infiltration is to weaken unity, to prevent political mobilization and activism by causing division that distract from core objectives like reparation or community building. To control narratives on social media and other platforms by shifting discussions away from FBA priorities or discrediting influential FBA voices. Did we hear some of that yesterday? Did we hear some of that yesterday, y'all? Did we have an agent of provocateur in our mix? Did we have a shield, a sleeper cell? People, this is real. I take this very, very, I like to listen. I gotta listen, and then I gotta process. Before I determine anything, I gotta listen first and hear, and then I gotta see, and then I gotta pay attention. I gotta slow it down. You know, you gotta slow it down so you can survey and purvey the land. You gotta look. You gotta pay attention. You gotta have a sharp mind. This is what's going on. We've been infiltrated, people. And I don't know if we even know how bad we've been infiltrated. We've been on this everybody's black thing for so long that we've been infiltrated. We got people in power that shouldn't be in power. We got people in places that shouldn't be in places. We got people saying things, people subtly doing things, and we don't know we don't even know. So we just go along with it. We just go along with it, y'all. We got to pay attention. Listen, y'all got to start playing chess and stop playing checkers. Stop thinking everything is a game. Stop thinking life is about fun. Y'all want to be entertained and y'all want to have fun way too much. Life is real, man. Y'all got to get out. Y'all got to get out of y'all sleep and slumber and understand that we are dealing with this. This is what the black community is dealing with right now. Look at them. They just spam the line. Look at them. We got look at them. They're paid to come in here and you know, we're in election season. Look at that. They're paid to come in here and type in things about politics in the election and push their candidate. This is what we're dealing with, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. This is what we're dealing with. Y'all pound that like button. Let's get to 5K and I'll start bringing people up. Sleeper cells, agent of provocateurs, and shields in FBA communities and social media. This is what we're dealing with, family. This is not a game. Look at the comments. Just look at the comments. We got people in here spamming stupid stuff that we ain't even talking about. You understand? Do you understand, family? This is serious. I hope y'all got to start taking your life serious. Listen, Listen, some of y'all are waiting on a savior, and you are the savior. Let me say it again. Some of y'all are waiting on a savior, and you are the savior. Look at the comments of people spamming stuff that we're not even talking about. This is what we're dealing with on social media and in our communities. We're dealing with sleeper cells, agent of provocateurs, and shields in FBA community. Let me go back. Let me go back and read the definitions again. What's the definition of a sleeper cell, family? These are individuals or groups who infiltrate communities and lie dormant until activated to cause disruption, often with the intent to sabotage or manipulate community objectives. That's a sleeper cell, y'all. They lie dormant. They come over here. They immigrate over here. And they lie dormant. They blend in. Right? They assimilate. And they're just chilling. Living a regular American life. And then all of a sudden, they get that phone call or they get that message, right? They get that text and they're activated. And they place them strategically in positions. They could be the manager. They could be the CEO. They could be a sheriff. They could be a police. They could be a mayor. They could be a congressman, a governor. Hell, they could be the president of the United States. We don't know. Because we are so focused on entertainment and things that don't matter. You know, TikTok became famous off of just people dancing. Getting a bop on. Everybody started doing these weird dances and try to go viral. While all in all, we're facing this. See, this is what a lot of our African brothers, our African cousins, our Caribbean cousins don't understand. They think it's a game out here. They think America's a whole lick. We gonna go to the U.S. and we gonna make all this money. But all the while, the real black community, right? Foundational black Americans, we're dealing with this, y'all. Sleeper cells, agents of provocateurs, shields in FBA communities, and social media. We got people who all their job is to do is sow discord. I'm from California. Okay, we're known. We got gangs out here. We got crews. You know, unbeknownst to y'all, I'm affiliated. I'm not going to tell y'all what I'm affiliated with. But we had, listen. We was getting so active at one time that all of a sudden funny stuff just started happening. Funny stuff started happening. People start going to jail. People start getting out of jail. Like, how'd you get out, nigga? How did you get out? We know you supposed to do some time. But you're out. We got people talking about, hey man, I want a seat at the table. I want to hang out with the big dogs. Yo, homie, yo, G. How do I get a seat at the table? All of a sudden, people start going to jail and people start getting out. We had an informant. Why don't y'all Google this? How much does an informant get paid by the government? How much? They're on payroll. They're paid to hang out on the block and chill and act like one of you. They get paid $70K to $100,000 a year. Informants. Think about that. This is what we're dealing with in the FBA community, family. Y'all better wake up. Y'all better wake up. This is what we're dealing with. Listen, informants can be your homie. They flip them. They catch them doing something they're not supposed to do, and they flip them. And then before you know it, they start talking too much. They want to know too much. You're like, hold on, man. Stop acting like the police, brother. Back up. Just chill. Relax. Nah, man. Or they start provoking more violence and destruction. They say, hey, man, we need to go get these niggas. We need to go ride. But all the time, they're working for the government. They've been flipped. They got caught doing something they wasn't supposed to do, and they've been flipped. They don't want to do the time for doing the crime. They've been flipped. Man, they don't even walk around. Man, listen. They don't even walk around with wires on like you think they do. They just gathering intel and data and say, okay, they gonna go do here. They gonna be here, 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 and y'all can catch them over here. We had a few people from where I was from that we suspected, and then we found out. I don't hang around informants. I don't hang around people who talk too much. I don't hang around people who are too rah for the cause. You're like, man, you too amped up. It just seems weird. It seems the vibe is off. The unctions, the feelings. My discernment starts to kick in. These are clear glasses. Yes, I do wear glasses now. These are clear. Yeah, I do. So what? I wear glasses in the house. Yeah, I do. This is what we're dealing with, y'all. Sleeper cells, agent of provocateurs, shields in FBA communities, and on social media. We got to be careful out here. Agent of provocateurs, individuals planted within a community to incite conflict or violence, making the group appear volatile or dangerous to authorities and the public. Look at what happened to our Panthers. Every organization, whether you want to believe it or not, gets infiltrated over time. We got to safeguard it, and we got to protect what we unalive, for lack of a better word. You ever heard that word, protect what you kill? Protect what you unalive? You ever heard that before? When you gain ground, you don't want to lose it, so you got to stand. You got to stand on business so you don't lose when you gain ground. But we got agent of provocateurs in our mix. Listen, y'all, I'm very cautious, man. I'm very cautious. I'm just like, I don't know who to trust sometimes. I don't know. I just don't know. But I can tell you one thing. The gentleman that came in our room the other day, he's a liar. He didn't produce no facts. He insulted a lot of people, and he came with no receipts. None of that. None of that. Yeah, only thing you can do is trust God. You got to trust the Most High. You got to trust the ancestors, right? But some of y'all not even connected. You got to get connected first. You got to have a relationship first. A lot of y'all think life is a game. Y'all think life is just a game. It's not. There are real chess moves happening out here. And y'all want to watch TV and y'all want to be entertained. Y'all better pick up a book. Y'all better start learning about your people. Y'all better start paying attention to what's going on. How many times are we going to allow ourselves to be infiltrated, people? How many times are we going to allow ourselves to fall for the same psyop over and over and over again? How many of y'all suffer from cognitive dissonance even right now today? You just can't believe what you see. You just, I'll just go to sleep and everything's going to be all right tomorrow. When y'all going to get in the fight? When you going to stand up for yourself? You know, if you can't find something to live for, find something to unalive for. Stand on business. I found something to live for, and I found I know. Listen, I know where I'm gonna stand when it's my time to go. I'm standing on business. I know where I'm standing, and that's it. I embrace it all. That's my mentality. I embrace it all. I embrace it. Let's go. Let's go. I'm with the business. Let's go. You got a problem with me? Let's go. I'm with it. 100%. All facts. Bring it. And I'm going to give you that business. I'm going to give you that work you wanted for. It's not going to be, let me tell you something. To overcome, it's not going to be easy. Don't let the wheelchair fool you. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy. And I got people who really love me. And they ain't going to like it. So bring it. I'm ready. This is what we're dealing with, family. Sleeper cells, agent of provocateurs, shields in FBA community and social media. Let's talk about the shields. People who promote specific agendas. You know, those ones that be spamming. Trump, come out. Trump, come out. Don't got no talking points, but just do dumb stuff. They promote specific agendas, often in subtle ways, to sway opinions, discredit leaders, and movements within the FBA community. We have, man, I'm 100% sure we've had shields up here on the panel. Because you hear it. Y'all got to listen for it, people. When they start trying to change the topic, when they start trying to sow discourse among us, when they start calling people out, putting them on the chopping block, we got to pay attention. We got to pay attention. Their purpose is to weaken unity, prevent political mobilization, and control narratives on social media. This is your sleeper cells. We got a bunch of them we got a bunch of them right now in here. They're just listening. They might come up. They might be brave enough to come up. Y'all tap that like button. Tap that like button, y'all. And I'm going to let them come up. Because I want y'all to see and I want y'all to hear. I want y'all to know how to figure out who they are. If you're from California, if you're from the streets, you should be very, very familiar with what I'm talking about. You know, you have weirdos that come around the block you ain't never seen before, but they come around the block and they act like they've always been on the block. Like, nigga, who's you? Who are you? Who are you? Where you come from? Where you come from, shitty cuz? Where you come from? Weirdos. Pretending to be smokers. I had a spot one time. I'm not going to incriminate myself, but I had a spot one time. I dabbled a little bit. I'm not proud of it. I got some packs off me. I'm not proud of it. I had 3 spots. All of them got raided. Why? Because you got informants. You got snitches. You got haters. They don't like to see you shine. They don't like to see you get to the chicken. Make your money. And oftentimes when you see a well-dressed or too bummy looking, they're the ones. They're the ones. Listen, family, I used to make them hit it right there. Like, go here, right now, here, hit it. I want to know, who are you? Are you really a smoker? Hit it right now. Take a puff right in front of me right now. And not even that, because nowadays they just pull the smoker in, take them off the street, then put it back on the street. So even that wasn't effective, because they already smokers. They doing it for the smoke. Y'all tap that like button. Let's get to 5K so we can have the conversation. Let's go to characteristics of a sleeper cell, y'all. Subtle presence. Sleeper cells often lie low, blending in with the community until they are needed. They assimilate. They hang around the block, get cool. You know that dude that nobody know? Somebody gonna bring him in because he's assimilated. He moved on the block and now he's part of the block now. They may appear to support FBA causes initially, building trust and influence before taking action. They have a subtle presence, and then there's a manipulation of key positions. Sleeper cells often position themselves in strategic roles within government. Don't we got a lot of tethers in government? Advocacy groups or social media platforms to quietly observe, gather information, and later influence decisions. You got to, brother. Man, you got to. That's all I'm gonna say. You got to, brother. You got to keep it with you. It's crazy. Sleeper cells. Think about this, family. They're in our reparations board meetings. They're in our governments. They're in our local governments. They're in our jobs. Undermining leadership and advocacy. When activated, sleeper cells may begin to undermine FBA leaders, question the goals of the movement, or promote actions that contradict FBA interests. Just watch what happens when I start bringing up people on the panel. Just watch what happens. Look at the chat too. We got him in here right now. And hell, I want y'all to come up. How about that? I'm going to give you the panel. You've been coming up anyway. This is what we're dealing with, family. This is not a game. This is real life. This is what it's like to be black in America. You still want to be black? Oh, they won't cam up. Oh, they won't cam up. I should do a panel where I make everybody cam up. But sleeper, no, they don't want to cam up. And if they do, that's part of it. That's part of it. That's part of it. But I should make people cam up so we can see their faces. But we'll see. We'll see. But that's what it's like being black. When you're black in America, you're undermined constantly. Constantly. Your leaders, that's why FBA, we don't have leaders. To this day, we don't have leaders. Because we know what happens to our leaders. The wrong people get next to them. The wrong people get next to them. And funny stuff starts to happen. And the closest person to you is probably him. They assimilate, y'all. The impact of sleeper cells in government and community roles, sabotaging policies and advocacy efforts. Sleeper cells in positions of government or policy advocacy can subtly block or sabotage reparation bills. Remember the Caribbean lady? Y'all know about the Black Caucus here in California? Community funding or other FBA-centered initiatives by redirecting resources and creating legal obstacles. They want to be in these positions. See, y'all be like, FBA, y'all don't have enough businesses. Man, y'all don't get sabotaged like us. Y'all don't got to worry about sleeper cells. Y'all just living the American dream, you immigrants that come over here. Y'all just living life like it's nothing. And let's keep it a buck. Some of y'all are the sleeper cells. Let's keep it a buck. AKA Obama. AKA Special K. That's why we don't trust nothing that doesn't come from the grassroots. If you're not part of the grassroots, we don't trust you. That's why I'm going to urge y'all to be righteous. You know how you avoid a lot of this stuff? You got to be righteous. Because if you're righteous, they don't got nothing to dangle. They don't got nothing to use against you. All they can do is take you out. But they can't use you. Because they don't got leverage. Hollywood is compromised, y'all. There's nothing but shields, handlers, government, political parties and things going on in Hollywood, and y'all watching their movie, The Propaganda. Shame on you. Shame on you. Hollywood is compromised, heavily compromised. Everybody the freaking weirdo, everybody the fan in Hollywood. Everybody. Your favorite rapper, your favorite actor, he's a shield. Your favorite of your favorite of your favorite. They're all fans. That's why they could use them like they use them. Grand Rising. That's why they can use them. That's why they can say, hey, stand up here and say something nice about this political party. And they're going to do it. All y'all be listening to Plies? Shh. All they got to do is throw some money at Plies and he gonna put the cape on. They keeping that. You know, hey, your boy Diddy in jail, he not scared. Because he know that everybody's on code in Hollywood and mum is the word. Because if they say anything, their secrets are going to be exposed. So sleeper cells, they're weakening community trust. Sleeper cells within the FBA community can create rifts by pushing divisive narratives, often leading members to doubt the integrity of their own leaders and the objective of the movement. I want y'all to listen because we're going to have many, many conversations. I want y'all to listen for people who are trying to sow doubt and question people's integrity. I want y'all to listen for that. I want y'all to be hypercritical, not super critical, hyper. I need your senses to be heightened. I need the hairs on the back of your neck standing up. I need you to pay attention. I need you to be like, hold on. I'm seeing shield operations going. I'm sensing sleeper cells. I'm sensing government agent. I'm sensing it. I need y'all to start questioning that. I need y'all to listen attentively to some of these people that come up here and talk, because we don't know. Anybody can say they're FBA. Anybody can say they're FBA. We don't know. This is what we're dealing with, y'all. They're going to sabotage policy and advocacy efforts. They're going to weaken community trust, and they're going to gather intelligence. Sleeper cells can gather sensitive information about FBA leaders, funding sources, or plans for political mobilization, which may be used to derail movements or prevent FBA gains. This is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. We got to pay attention. We can't allow what happened to our leaders in the past happen to us again in the future. We got to move different. Okay, we got to keep that talk to a minimum. But I want y'all to understand. Go ahead and read this comment, but we got to keep that talk to a minimum. We got to keep that to a minimum.
Greetings, honors, respect.
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm all right, man. You know, I agree.
This is what we're talking about, family. We got them in our midst, especially heavily in the black community. We got sleeper cells. We got agent provocateurs. We got shields. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. Okay. See, all that is irrelevant to me. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to know. You believe in unity, but you trying to unite on some half-ass shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is the Western Hemisphere. We set apart, right? So, what's your thing with the Caribbean?
I want y'all to hear it. Listen, family. Just listen.
Yeah, everybody listen. Because I'm not here for the vanity. I'm here to heal.
What do you need to heal from, brother? What do you need to heal from?
What I need to heal from?
You said you're here
The
to heal.
torment. The torment I've been going through since I was born. That's what I'm healing from. The government. The haters.
Who's hating on you, brother? Who's hating on you?
Oh, wow. Who's hating on me? I've been hating all my life. Family members. Certain brothers.
Did you go get therapy? Did you go get the help you need so you can heal?
I'm healing. I'm in the process. I'm in a healing process as of now. You see what I'm saying? And it starts within. I gotta heal myself. I gotta get rid of these parasites.
I feel the same way. Isn't that funny? I feel the same way. I got to get rid of these parasites. I got to get rid of these tethers that try to latch on to people in my community.
But it's secure though.
What's
But
the
you
cure?
know, but see, check it
I'm
out.
interested. What's the cure?
What's the cure
What's the cure for a tether?
for a for a tether?
What's the
What's a
cure?
tether? What's a tether?
You don't know?
I'm asking you. What's a tether?
A tether is anybody that comes in our community and tries to undermine us.
Undermine you?
If you're coming in the black community and you're
Okay.
cosplaying black
Okay. Okay.
and you're here to undermine black achievements, black progress, black movements, you are a tether. Yes, you are.
All right. Okay. All right. I feel what you're saying. Halfway. I don't know. But
Cosplaying, if you can't be yourself and rep where you come from, and you got to come over here and pretend like you're one of us, you're a tether, bro.
I come from the Americas.
Okay, what that mean?
What that mean?
I'm a black
All
American.
right.
What that mean?
Uh,
You
all
come
right.
from the
Well,
Americas?
leaving.
Are
We
you a
just left.
foundational black American? That's all I'm. That's what I'm concerned
I'm
about.
not black. I'm not black.
What? Say that again, brother. Say that again.
I'm not black. You wanna know why?
That's right. No. Keep it right there, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why I'm not black. Because black means deaf. Black means pale. I'm not mixed. I'm not white.
Where your people come from?
My people come from Jamaica. Westmoreland, Jamaica. Hard life. Where I was born in Brooklyn,
Okay.
right? But I'm the seed of my father.
This is what we're talking about, fam. We're talking about sleeper cells, agent of provocateurs, and shields in FBA communities and social media.
Okay, so listen, right? We just left the dark cycle into the light cycle. So I'm sure everybody, what I'm saying, is aware that we've all been lied to growing up, and
They've been here amongst us the whole time. They grew up in our communities, and they're not one of us.
what you mean? What you mean?
Not one of us.
So where you from? Africa? Cause I'm
Not from Africa, brother.
my peoples is from ancient America.
I'm a black American. I'm from here.
You're not. All right. Well, okay. I'm not gonna tell you who you are. I can't tell you who you are.
You can't, brother. You
Right?
can't. You can't. I know who
I
I
can't.
am.
But I know what.
I know where my family's from.
Yeah. Okay. From the Americas, just like my family.
Okay.
Why you can't die? South America, North America is America. We all the same.
We're not all the same.
We all the same because my ancestors, when it was time to go up north, they went up north. When it was time to go Pacific, because there was no east and west back then. When it was time to go Pacific, they went Pacific. When it was time to go Atlantic, they went Atlantic.
They're not like us, family. See, we don't have the mindset of the colonizer here in America. We don't have a colonizer.
So you calling me a colonizer?
We didn't cry when the Queen passed away. We had
Hold up.
We had
You calling me I'm a colonizer?
we had no affinity to anything like that, y'all. My
Okay.
family, y'all know.
All right.
Y'all saw it. Y'all saw all the Jamaicans crying when the Queen passed away. Oh, the Queen, the Queen, the Queen. Y'all saw it.
What? What are you talking about?
We don't have the colonized. We have a black consciousness, brother. We don't have a colonized mindset. We don't want to become like the colonizer. We don't want to be nothing like the colonizer, and we don't want to use their tactics. We don't want to learn their stuff. We want to replace a system of injustice with a system of justice. If you're here in the United States of America and you're not trying to
Bro,
stand on
you're
business,
pushing
and you're not trying to,
diversity. You're
and
pushing
you're not trying, hold
diversity,
on, brother,
brother.
don't talk over me, brother. Just wait. I'll give you a chance to speak. Don't talk over me. If you're not here to stand on business, what are you doing in America, folks? You think it's a game? You think it's all about making money and then going back to your homeland and building it up? Is that what you think it's about? It's not a game over here, brother. This is real life. This is what the black community's been dealing with all our life. All our life. We've built up communities and they sabotaged it. We've done great and phenomenal things and they turned it. Everything we done great, we don't get to profit off of it in our country because we got this happening to us on a daily basis. It never stops. I can't take off my blackness. You can take off yours. You can say, I'm not black. I'm Jamaican. I can't say that, brother. All I can say is I'm a black American. And that's it. There's no homeland for me to escape to. This is my homeland here. There's no flag. I don't bring another flag into another man's country. I don't do that. This is what we're dealing with, family. Sleeper cells, agents, agent of provocateurs, and shields in FBA community. Constantly. We don't get a rest. You get to go home and you get to rest. We got to wake up and fight another day. That's the difference. That's what you're not understanding. You think it's a game. You think it's all about making money. It's a chess out here every day for black Americans. It's chess. We don't get to play video games, brother. We get to play the game of life, and the game of life is against us. So I don't want to hear that you grew up in Queens, Brooklyn, New York, whatever borough. I don't want to hear that. Brother, you're Jamaican, and I just want you to be Jamaican and be proud of that. You don't got to dress like us. You don't got to talk like us. You don't got to look like us. You can be who you are, and we're going to be who we are. Because we're going to stand on business because we don't have a choice not to.
But Africans in America aren't African, though.
Hold on, brother. I'm going to get to you. Just relax. Y'all think because y'all walk down the street and a cop that don't know no better mistake y'all from one of us and want to hem y'all up. And y'all think because y'all experienced that, you're one of us. You're not. You're not one of us. Y'all think because y'all wear y'all cap like y'all wear, like we wear our caps, y'all dress like us, y'all wear y'all jeans. Y'all think because y'all got y'all swag from us, y'all one of us. Y'all not. It's not a game out here for foundational black Americans. It's real. Every single day. We don't get a break. That's what y'all not understanding. We don't get a break. We got to live this traumatic life forever. We got to stand on business forever. Y'all get to, let me go make some money here in America. Let me go back home. And y'all get to relax. We don't get that opportunity here, brother. If you really know a black American, you would know that we don't get a chance to take a break. We don't get that opportunity. We got to stand and 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 we got to stand. Because if we don't stand, nobody's going to stand up for us. I don't see nobody rushing over here and say, hey, man, we're going to stand with our black American brothers. Whatever they do, we're going to amplify it. We're going to, when they turn up, we going to turn up. I don't see that. I see people trying to join our movement because they're trying to get something. Maybe some kids want to vandalize some things. That's it. But they're not there for the real deal. They're not there for the justice part. They're there for the turn up's sake. But they're not there for the justice. They got wrong intentions and wrong motives. We're still talking about this, family. This is what we got. Go ahead, Reby. Let's hear from Reby. How you doing, sister?
Hey, good morning, host. I didn't know if you wanted Chris to go ahead and rebuttal to your response, but I wasn't sure. Like,
Is he still muted? Let me unmute him. I didn't mean to. Let me.
yeah, he's right there. I just wanted to come up and say good morning to everyone and or grand rising. And at first I came up because when I was listening to you, Chris, everybody can you mute up until the host gives you time to speak. I wasn't sure if you was catching what the host was trying to explain to you too much. The issue that's coming in, it may not necessarily be you, but what's happening is we have a lot of individuals that us as our community helped to come into the country during the movement, and the job was that your countries, the American Islanders and people from the land, from the continent Africa, were supposed to come over here in numbers to assist us with what we were doing, and then in return we assist you. What's happening, unfortunately, Chris, is that a lot of people who are coming from the American islands as well as Africa, once they got over here, it was, oh, I don't have anything to do with that. That's not my problem. I'm going over here to do me. And then what has happened is it's been turned over on us, where we're being blamed or told that we didn't build the country. We didn't do anything. We're just over here looking like bums in the street. When really we built the whole entire country. We built everything. And then it's craziness. Like, you don't, and I'm gonna keep it 100. You don't see us going to the American islands or to Africa telling people, oh, well, y'all bums, y'all over here impoverished, y'all doing this. When we go to other countries, we go with money. Right now, you have a bunch of us over in Africa who did not go over there as refugees. They have money. Some of those people are retired. Some of those people work for American businesses, and they're living comfortable over there, doing what they're supposed to do, and they're building businesses for the communities that they moved into. When we go down to the American islands, I love going to Jamaica. I'd never go down to Jamaica and start telling people, oh, well, I went in 2009, and I'm gonna tell you, I went twice within the same year. And respectfully, Chris, if you're still listening, I went down there and I paid for one of the tours, and I also lived in the community for 3 weeks when I stayed in Flonka. So you probably know where I was. I was in Montego Bay. And when I went down there, I went on one of the tours. I never once got up in the tourist person's face and said, "Oh, well, what did Black Americans do for y'all? You built this country, but what did we do?" That's not what we're getting here. What we're getting is some of your countrymen from the American islands, who I do respect. I got a soft spot for the islands, but some of your countrymen are coming up here and they are talking mad doo doo, and they have a lot to say, and it's not correct. And what we're noticing is a lot of people who are coming over here first, second generation, or just got here, that are not even interested in learning the history. They don't know what they're talking about, and they're literally talking out the side of their heads. It's your specific country that was over there in California when they were doing the reparations movement through ADOS, which is a whole nother, Black American group that was fighting for American-based reparations for the descendants of generationally born slaves. Your specific countrymen from Jamaica were over there hijacking and out there trying to stop the progress of the bull crap that we were already doing, because we already knew it was a monkey show, because they were asking them to do a reparation study, which no other group has had to deal with that. And it was your group, and I'm saying Jamaicans specifically, that was out there with signs picketing talking about they needed reparations. But when you look at what the American Islanders are doing for their reparations, we're not even invited into it or said, hey, look, y'all come on down here because y'all are owed reparations too, because some of your people were sent down to the islands during the slave trade. So what we're saying is we put the effort in as the individuals from this country who are the original descendants of this country, that have a whole history that is enrooted into this country, from, we were here before this country was even put together in 1776. And when we brought the American Islanders, as well as people from the continent over here to assist us, you all went like in separate directions. What we call that is rat, and then you know what the other word is for that. So it's not funny. And then when you look at the people from your countries over there in the American islands, and we have a few Africans in politics, the reason why we haven't been able to get what we get done is it's not because of the white tea person. We haven't even made it to that level to get to them to do what we need to do, because what's stopping us is your divisions. Because we put you, and we're realizing that's our fault. We're taking that hit, and then we're going to go ahead and flip it back over. We put you all in office. So when you look at what happened over in California recently with the black caucus, we realize none of those people that's in that group, not, and Kamala's part of that group too, are from the Americas. They're all individuals. I think it's like one person that's in the black caucus over there in California that's actually generationally born black American. Everybody else is from the American islands. I don't even think it's any Africans in that group. It's literally American Islanders. And the stuff that we're fighting for, your people that's in the government is not even trying to help us do what we need to do. So now that we know, respectfully, it's nothing personal to you, Chris. Respectfully, we're going to shut it all down. And what we got is people from your community and from Africa thinking that it can't happen, but it's already happening. They don't realize the power we already have in this country. We're tired of people saying that, oh, I come over here and I'm doing better than you. You're not doing better than us. You're not doing this in your home countries. So the handful of Africans and the handful of American Islanders that are coming up here or going to other countries where those countries are doing well, the difference is we come from a wealthy country, and we are the wealthiest black nation on the planet, regardless of what you think. So it's not the same. And then what you all are doing is you're comparing your country's economic wealth to what we're doing. We've been wealthy, and it's not because we're privileged. We created the wealth ourselves through blood, sweat, and tears and force-free labor. And then the white tea Americans that came over here, if you don't know the history, they created the country based off of the issues they were having in their own country. So when you hear people come over here saying, well, I should be over here because my country's impoverished, that is not our fault. And you don't have to respectfully care about what's going on respectfully in the next country. So the whole thing is you, not you, Chris, but the gratitude needs to be extended when it comes down to what both groups fought to do to create this country. And we're not the only country. When you look at the groups that are traveling the most, it's not us. And it's not because we don't want to travel. We don't have to travel. We're getting told that, oh, well, y'all speak one language. It doesn't matter. The whole world speaks the same language as us. When you deal with people from Africa or from the islands that say stupid stuff like that, you all respectfully are not realizing you have to learn another language, because down in Jamaica, you know, and I know that's why you're here, Chris. That's why your parents chose respectfully to bring you up here, because the economy down here is terrible. Jamaica does not even want foreigners on their island. They don't have a choice. You make your most money when you have tourism. And y'all don't even want, if keep it 100, y'all don't even like when people come down there. That's why periodically you'll see the crime rate goes up on tourists.
We're Yankees.
Yeah, because they don't really, I'm dead serious. Islanders, they want to be left alone, but they don't have a choice. And whatever they did to the melanated islands, the one over there in Hawaii, they was able to flip that in a whole different direction. You got the islanders having to leave Hawaii because the islanders can't even live on their own island because it's so expensive to live over there. But that's not the case in places like Jamaica where there's melanated people. Their economy, if we stop going down there, their economy will fall completely apart because they don't have the power to do what we've been able to do up here. So when you hear people get in these boxes and they say, well, we should be allowed to come over here. It's keyword allowed. We allowed you all to come over here, us and the white tea people who created this country. And what we're getting is we're getting a bunch of sass, a bunch of y'all not doing anything. You got Africans in here yelling, oh, we're doing better than you. We're doctors, not realizing it's only you. Your whole country is impoverished. You're not going back to your country to help them do anything. And then the last part is I'm tired of people saying that Americans don't help each other. That is a big lie. We just had two major hurricanes that hit through several areas, and all Americans, not just us, all Americans involved themselves, whether they wanted to or not. Our taxpayer dollars are set a certain way to create the environment to make sure that we always take care of each other. And then you had individuals, even celebrities, when they were still waiting for assistance, that came through and supported the situation, as well as local people who had to rub two wooden quarters together to make sure that those people that were in those hurricane states were taken care of. So when I hear people who come over here from other countries yelling, well, y'all not united. We may have our own individuals amongst each other, but that's not your business. So it's not for any of you that are coming from other countries to speak on it. But when we unite, one thing you're going to learn about real generationally born Americans, the whole team, not just us. We got three things that we don't deal with. What we believe is our freedom, if that's challenged, because that's the first and foremost thing that we believe in. Don't mess with our kids. And then the third thing is respect to all. But when I hear individuals come over here and they start trying to compare notes, and you got the wrong people up here and they don't know how to talk with them, I can go toe to toe with you. Not you, Chris, because I know that you didn't come up here disrespectfully. But it's just ridiculous. The amount of people who are coming over here and speaking specifically about our community are saying the things that they're saying. And they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know the history. It's just, can I come over here? Gimme, can I have? And it's not respectfully, actually, Chris, benefiting us or America itself, having individuals from other countries come over here that's not actually investing in our actual continent, and I'm sorry, our country at all. Literally, American Islanders are making out like fat rats because you're coming up here, your economy, the cost of living and your economy is super low. So to come up here is really a blessing for you to be able to make the type of money you want. Are you investing in the community? No. What you're doing is you came, not you, Chris, a lot of your countrymen came in from either middle class or lower class families. You got a few that's coming up here and they got money in the bank. They make their money up here. They get into these jobs like corrections, stuff like that, where you can make fast money and be able to work. And a lot of y'all work like 6 days a week because you're working like you're going out, it's like you're gonna pass out by the next day. Then y'all send y'all money back home. So where you came from an impoverished neighborhood back home or a lower class, middle class family, now you're able to retire from the American job that you was able to snag up here and go back to your country and live like you was one of the wealthy Jamaicans, like Sean Paul. But you didn't start out like that. It's the same scenario with the Africans. So where are you actually assisting America first and then our community to support us and what we're doing? You're not. You're being selfish. And we're realizing that what's happening is that's happening. And it's been happening. And some of us, like me, have always checked it from jump. Same thing with the Africans. You're coming over here. You're talking all sorts of craziness. You think that you're doing better than a group of people who are generationally born on their own soil, on their own continent, not realizing that you are like 10 people compared to the thousands that have been on this continent, in this country for generations, that have created the economic wealth that we push every day. And then they come over here because they're excited, which there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody's trying to stop your sparkles, but they're excited because they want that type of money back home. Because I assure you, no rich Africans is on this live coming in here arguing with what you identify as. They minding their business because they're not even in the same bracket with the individuals that's winning lotteries or the individuals that's coming over here as refugees that were able to go to school and snag a job. And it's crazy. And they're not realizing. And then they say the craziest things. So I'm going to go ahead and mute up. I done said enough, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of background so that when you go to rebuttal, you know what's going on, because I felt like you just didn't know what was going on. The host was giving you grace, and I mean that in the most utmost respect. But that's basically what we're doing.
Praises. Yeah, like I said, I'm not here for the vanity, you know. Host, you ain't had to take my mic, you know what I'm saying? I'm respectable, you know what I'm saying? Like, you said a lot of things that was really, you know what I mean, irrelevant, not irrelevant, you know, like you say how I'm trying to dress like y'all. Nah, babe, bro, my bop is immaculate to the max. You see what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody try to dress like y'all. Ain't nobody try to look like y'all. No, listen, hear me out. You know what I'm saying? Like the way you dressing right now, I don't even look like that. My bop is to the max. You understand? So I felt the tension, you know what I mean? Just looking at you, you know what I mean? The hate, you see what I'm saying? Like,
There's no hate,
like,
brother. This is what I'm talking about.
I could feel the tension though, but listen up. Like I said earlier, our ancestors, right, was going south to north. You know what I mean? It was no diversity. We was all one. You see what I'm saying? We was all one. You see you shaking your head. We was all one. You understand? But you wasn't here back then. You see what I'm saying?
You wasn't there, but you wasn't here back then, brother. What are you talking about?
Exactly. But I did my research. I did my research. You understand? My research. All right. Check it out, though. Check it out. So the organization that you pushing, like, see, it's a lot of words I had to delete from my memory bank.
What organization am I pushing, brother? What organization am I pushing?
That FBA.
That's not an organization. That's not an organization. That's my lineage, brother. That you're trying to put below. Put it like it's just it's not an organization.
No, I never heard of it. I never heard of it until like last week. I never heard of it. You understand?
You never heard of a black American
out here?
You never heard you never heard of a freedman, brother? You never heard that before?
The freedmen's it. Yeah, I heard that.
That's us.
All right. Okay.
We're freedmen.
You don't want You don't want unity with your carboniferous copper tone people, because,
brother,
like,
it's not that, no. It's not that I don't want unity, brother. It's just that we're being undermined. You guys got tethers over here tethering to what we're trying to do and trying to undermine what we do. They're coming in like a sleeper cell. They're coming in as agent provocateurs. They're coming in as shields. They're getting paid by the government to undermine my people, my lineage.
All right.
We're
Did you know?
Under attack by people who look like us. Isn't that crazy?
So why you comparing us to Africans? We're not from the Eastern Hemisphere. We from the Western Hemisphere. We set apart.
Listen, brother, I want to click up so bad, but I can't click up with the colonized mind. I can't do it. You either
what colonized mind?
You gotta adopt a black consciousness, or we can't even talk, brother. We can't get along. As long as you have that colonizer's mindset, we can't agree on nothing.
I don't have a colonizer's mindset.
Do you remember when that dude from the Caribbean wrote the book on why black America? He's not even from here, but he wrote a book on why black Americans shouldn't get reparations, and said we got reparations from civil rights and welfare and affirmative action. What kind of? Why would I want to click up with anybody who thinks like that?
All right, check it out. You know what it is?
Why would I want to click? Why would I want to be united with you, brother?
It's
when you
money.
don't even understand what I'm going through. You don't know that on a daily basis I'm under attack, that my people are under a tremendous amount of stress from within and without.
Brother,
why would
man,
I want to click up with somebody who doesn't understand?
I've been under attack since I was 12 years old from the government. What are you saying? You don't know nothing niggas went through.
Brother, you don't
know nothing about being in the. You don't know nothing about being in the shoe. You don't know nothing about shit fights. You don't know nothing about.
Take your money that you made here in America and run, brother.
That's facts, bro.
That's what you're gonna do.
You don't know.
I could say the same thing to you. I could say the same thing to you.
Where am I gonna run to, brother? Where am I
this is my.
Where am I going to run to? I'm here. This is my land. This is where I come from. There's no other country welcoming me over there, brother.
Your DNA
I gotta bring a back.
resonates. Your DNA resonates with snake doctrine. I can't even talk.
Chicken, you get to run back to your homeland, brother. I don't get that luxury. And you know what?
This is
I don't even want that luxury,
Jamaicans
brother.
has
Too
more
much. How
this
did your
is
Caucasian
my
color get here?
Negroes
homeland.
than any more
Oh,
Amos,
this is
how
anybody.
did
my
your color get
homeland.
here?
No, it ain't.
Listen,
No, it
Canada
Well,
is
ain't.
the
my
Negroes
Hold
more
on,
homeland.
closer
hold
to
on real quick.
Greenland
Africans.
is my
Hold on real quick.
homeland.
Hold
The
on real quick.
whole Western Hemisphere is my homeland.
You call it your homeland,
That's a
but it's
lie.
not your homeland.
That's a
It's
lie.
my homeland because it's the
How?
Western. It's the Western
How?
Hemisphere. We the
That's a lie. Your
Americas,
homeland
ancient
is
How?
Jamaica.
Americas.
Your homeland is Jamaica.
Who?
Let's move on to somebody else, brother, because you tripping.
Only thing I want to say good morning is that your struggle can never ever be our struggle. So
Never.
please do not compare. Please do not compare. And just like the whole sad is that we can't go nowhere. This is our home. This is our land. You could pick up and pack
Y'all
up,
can go. Y'all
and
can go
and
somewhere.
and
Y'all
if
can go
and,
to
if- and if
Africa, but y'all
and if
choose
you
not
guys
to.
want to go back, you could be out of here. You could be out of here. And the sad thing is that folks that look at us look like us. They're not us, and they the main ones that's doing things behind our backs to try to destroy us and keep us down. And the only thing they're looking for is a come up. And like
Come on.
Reba said, is that guess what? United we stand. We don't fall. United we stand. Remember, we're the reason why y'all is in this country, thanks to the
How
civil
is this
rights.
united if you cause a
Because they did
separation?
not want for none of y'all to be in this country.
We can't
None of
unite
y'all.
with your hold on. We can't unite with your colonized mind, sir. There's nothing to unite with. It's
I
not
said.
gonna
I
be
said.
fair.
How can you unite when you are causing division?
No, no,
How
You
no.
you
are the
go?
We're
Wait a minute.
not
I'm
the
colonizer
gonna mute.
cause.
mindset.
I'm gonna
We're
mute.
not
You
the
got this
cause.
here.
But you are the
Hold on,
colonizer
guys, because
mindset by you
it was his
saying
turn next.
leave the
I gotta
country.
give him that work.
What you
Listen,
fail to
brother.
realize, if you say leave the country, you gotta leave too. Where
No,
you think
that's
you
a
going?
lie. That's a
You
lie.
gotta leave too.
That's a
Oh
lie.
yes. Oh yes. I
That's a
bet
lie.
you. I bet my bottom
That's a
dollar
lie.
on it.
See, you see, I
They
want
are
y'all to
going to.
listen
They
up.
are going
I
to
want y'all to
find
listen up,
exactly
family. I want
where
y'all to
your
listen up,
haplogroup
family.
was found in Africa,
You see
Are
and
this
they are
an
going to
African
African.
take you
too,
ass
Dude,
American
back.
man.
dude,
Yeah, that's what they're
dude,
gonna do.
Hold
They
on.
dude.
gonna take you back to Africa.
Hold
You
on.
think
Dude,
they're
if we
gonna
from
keep you here?
Africa,
Come
where's
back to
our
Jamaica
The
from
tribe?
Africa.
only
Africa.
We
reason why
can't.
they
Where,
Hold
got
where
on.
our
you,
Hold
brothers
on,
your
at?
family.
asses
Stop
here
it.
Hold on, family.
was
Hold on,
was
family.
Yeah,
Hold
through
on, family.
slavery
Hold
boycotted
on,
with
family.
to
Africa
do
than
certain
any
Hold on.
work.
black
Hold
That's
person.
on,
why
hold
our
on. Hold
ancestors
on,
were
family.
here.
Hold on, family.
Nothing
Listen.
else.
Listen. Hold
But
on. Hold on.
you
Hold
wasn't
on.
from here.
I gotta mute you
You
real
really
quick.
think
Hold on, brother. I'm gonna let you speak, but you gotta slow it down now. I want y'all to listen to what he just said. Y'all heard it out of his mouth.
We heard it, boss.
Do y'all? All I want is the family to listen. This is what we're dealing with, family. Sleeper cells, agent provocateurs, and shields.
what that I said America don't care about you?
We in our midst. They in our midst. Hold on, I'm gonna come right back to you, but I gotta, I gotta let my family just hear that real quick because you're not. Listen, they're not gonna just tell us what they're doing. That's why we got to bring them on platforms like this so they can talk. And I want y'all to
Too much.
listen.
What are we doing too much?
I
I
want y'all.
just
Because
have
I'm
one
not finding
question
this
for
out.
him. Where
I
we
want
gonna
y'all to
go?
listen.
Where they gonna send us?
I want y'all to listen. They're coming with these boogeyman arguments.
They are going to take you right
They
back to
think,
Africa where your
they think, they think,
Dude, fine
they,
with
hold on.
your
Hold on,
what?
hold
ancestors
on, Goddess.
from Africa.
Hold on, Goddess. Hold on. Listen. They actually believe this lie.
Y'all could play delusional all
They
y'all want.
actually,
Y'all will be
because we
going
ain't,
right back to.
they ain't shipped us nowhere yet, brother. We've been here for 400 years, brother, and we still gonna be here. That's why we're foundational Black Americans, because we're still
How
gonna.
did you get here? Through slavery, right?
No,
Did we get here
brother.
through slavery?
No, brother. See, you gotta do your research, brother. We are indigenous and we have African ancestry. We don't deny it. We don't deny it.
Hold up, hold up. Some people do, not all of
Y'all
us.
denied a
I
lot.
didn't
I
say
don't know
all
what you.
of us,
Yeah, he's
but we
lying.
are a
They don't
mixture.
deny it.
We
That's
got
cap.
European in us. We got African ancestry in us. Some of us got indigenous in us. We're all a mixture over here, brother, and we are foundational
You
Black
forget
Americans.
Caribbean. You got Caribbean through the
I don't got no
transatlantic
Caribbean,
slave
brother. I did
trade.
my DNA.
You can say whatever you
I
want.
did my DNA. I don't got no Caribbean in
Majority
me.
of L3
I don't got any. I don't got any Caribbean in me. I don't got any Caribbean in me. I did my DNA, brother. I recognize my African
maybe
ancestry.
you,
I
but majority
recognize
of them
my
do.
indigenous. Hold on, brother. I recognize my indigenous, but I want y'all to hear what they're trying to say. They think because listen, we're gonna overturn that anchor baby birth. Listen, I am 100% for it, family. We all need to get behind this. You can no longer, just because you're born here does not make you an American. We're gonna change the law,
Hey, too much.
and that's why.
Quick question. Too much. When you said Of course, we have, African in us and everything. So you do remember in 1619, the first transport of African slaves came from the Caribbeans.
That's what I'm trying to tell him. He think I'm joking.
Yeah, it does.
He don't do his research. He's just talking. He just causes division.
Too much. You got to remember this. Those people of the Caribbeans, remember their origin people. Hold on. Those origin people.
They weren't slaves.
That is not true.
I'm trying to tell you.
Overtalk the host, but I'm gonna give
Okay.
Cook when it's your turn. You're out of turn, but when it's your turn, I'm gonna give you a chance to cook. But I'm gonna answer it because you admitted it, brother. But I have there's nothing tying me to the Caribbean, brother. There's nothing. Not in my lineage. Not in my DNA. Maybe you got some Caribbean in you, and you want to acknowledge that, but I don't have no Caribbean, brother. None.
You gonna tell me what he doing is not the colonizer's mindset? That's white ideology.
I got European. That's
Black people. We never separate ourselves from each other. Never.
We're not the same.
This is white ideology.
But we're not the same.
We are not the same black people. What part y'all don't understand?
We're our own nation, and that's the problem. That's what we were saying when I was
Take that
talking to
DNA
Chris.
test and show me you're not the same.
You're Pusher. You're missing what he's saying.
Do we have a Jamaican flag?
No.
We are from
Take that
America.
DNA test and show
A
me
lot
you're
of
not.
us was
All you talking about is Jamaica. It's other Caribbean islands.
My family
Y'all
was
worried
already
about
here in
Jamaica because that's the
America.
only one y'all really know.
So you can kind of get the information first. Because what's happening is
No, Rebbe, you splurge a whole lot of misinformation. So I don't want to hear what you guys saying. You too old to be splurging misinformation. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself.
We were already here. Goodbye.
That's the whole point. We are, it's like everybody is feeding off of respectfully. See, you got to remember, we're from this country. You all are visitors who are coming from other nations. And the issue that's coming in is they're talking like that. And that's not fair, because if I go down to Jamaica, again, I'm using Chris for an example because he's up here. He's not disrespectful, but I'm just saying if I go down to Jamaica, I'm pushing the Jamaican flag to support, but I'm not going to run around yelling I'm Jamaican when I'm not. What's happening is you have I'll just say American Islanders because I don't want to think I'm attacking him. You have American Islanders, which they are, I have a soft spot for them too. And you also have people from the continent who are coming over here that checking off that they're African American, Black American, and then they're going into dark indigenous groups, arguing with those groups, telling them what their identity is based off of them having white tea-washed history. And then when the people are telling you what we are, you have situations like this where this gentleman that just had to be dropped is coming in here trying to talk about we all one nation. No, we're not. When I go down to the islands, I know that I'm from America. They even can tell that you're from there, even if you don't open your mouth. You don't look like the people down in the islands either. Because even with us, let's keep it 100. When they come up here, we know they're from the islands. The same way that we know when people coming from Africa and then when they're coming from other areas. The same way that they know the difference too. It's only we're united when now that we're saying that we're tired of the disrespect. Black American, I use the word American because I don't know who is identifying and how. It is disrespectful when you got immigrants that moved to Britain that's only been there 2 or 3 generations due to the Windrush yelling, Americans have no culture. You're not even from there. And you get told every day that you are from where you came from. So when they get tired of that, you come over here get on social media and start attacking us. You can't have a conversation with me with a British accent. Africans that are coming over here, some of them mind their business. They're not even in this. They don't even want no smoke. But the ones that come into these lives that's dealing with us, they're the ones that's talking nonsense. If you go to the dark indigenous lives, regardless of how you feel, those people are telling you they did their history. They did their DNA. They did their genealogy. They know who they are. But why do you have 20 Africans sitting in there arguing? No, you came from Africa. Did you take a DNA test? Did you trace your ancestry? No. And all people are saying is, as we've come along, we've realized that we're all being grouped in underneath the same umbrella. And we're not actually, we're just now finding out that we belong in different groups, but we still play a pivotal part in how we shape this country when this country was formed. You cannot take our history and take our pride from us when it comes down to our country. And then it's always something like what the guy's saying. No, the white tea Americans doing this. We know what our fight is with them. We also know what our fight is with you all. Everybody that's got the same skin tone and possibly 4C hair is not kinfolk. And you're not. Right. There's no reason why what happened with the black caucus over in California should have happened. Mm-hmm. There's no reason why from 1863, because that's when slavery actually ended. Some of you is 1865. There's no reason why we are still asking for a debt that was supposed to be paid in 1863 to dark indigenous people and what we identify as foundational Black Americans, ADOS, 𝗖𝗁𝗍𝘂𝘁𝗁, and other generationally born Creole people who were born generationally in this country that should have been paid. But when you try to explain that to individuals who never learned the history over here, no, you all just want handouts. You're right. You're doing this, you're doing that. You don't know. When we go to your countries, we want to know boots on the ground. What's the real deal? What's the real history? I know what the media is saying, but what's the real deal? We're not over there in your countries arguing with you about what the government said that your people are doing. We want to know what you all know about your own history. And then we take what we learned from the media, and then we take what we learned from history, and then the real deal history that we're getting from the people who are generationally born in those areas, and then we make a decision. What you all are doing is taking what the media is saying and then saying, regurgitating. Well, they said that y'all don't work. Y'all didn't build anything. Y'all just lazy. Y'all not going to school.
That's all they did. That's all they did.
The biggest problem that I see is that we were separated and reclassified in 1988. Thanks to Jesse Jackson, who put us as African Americans. We have been the most reclassified out of every ethnicity, out of every culture, however way you want to call it. Okay, our ancestors built this country. We are the innovators. Everything you mostly see, our ancestors has done. We have the most pyramids. We have the most mounds because our ancestors was already here on our lands. It was taken away from us, unfortunately. But for y'all to come over here and try to dictate and try to tell us where we from, guess what? We are tired. Just like Reba said, we don't go to your foreign land countries and try to tell y'all where y'all from or blah, blah, blah. Please stop it. Stop it. Y'all are not like us. And like she said, we know our own kind. We know whenever y'all not us. It's different phenotype. The phenotype tells us. We know who we are. We can understand down south slang, up north slang, but y'all get on here and say, oh, I don't understand that country talk. Because you're not supposed to. I dropped the mic.
All right, let's get order back. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. We still talking about this, y'all. Sleeper cells, aging of provocateurs, and shields in the FBA community. I'm gonna let I don't know if Sweet Wolfie is ready. If not, I'll go to quick to hear, and we're gonna try to go down this list, and then I'm gonna ask. I got some questions. I got some questions for everybody on the panel that especially my FBA people. I want y'all to answer it. I want y'all to. We got to come up with solutions. We got a problem. We got a problem. We got to come up with some solutions because we got problems. We got people here undermining us everywhere we go. And they look just like us. And they wonder why we giving them that business because they're cosplaying. They're acting like they're black when they're not even black in their country.
Can I say something, please? That quick, all over.
Hold on, we're going to get to you, Albert. We're going to get you. We're going to get you. Quick to hear. Go ahead and unmute your mic, brother.
Hello.
How you doing, brother?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. Grand rising to all the FBAs, man. I was born and raised in this country, and just to hear all the other people come in that's from was not born here and the ancestry was here, it's like it's crazy how they just come and try to infiltrate everything we put together. We got to have our own people representing us. And what happened down there in the Black Caucus in California was a disgrace, man. That was a disgrace. To see grassroots organizations
put together something like that, just for people that look like us to stand up and try to destroy it, man. I mean, it's shameful, man. So I like to, I usually don't come into conversations like this. I just like to sit back and listen, but for educational purposes. But it's good to see you too much up here, man, bringing these conversations out, because we have to be able to, we need to get the people that's infiltrating out. We got to be able to have us represent us. And, I'm not saying anything about any Caribbean born, any island people, any islanders or Pacific Islanders or whatever that is, but I'm not saying anything against them. But we have to be able to get our situation taken care of first. As far as reparations over here, when anyone else has reparations, we're never included. We're never included. So let us get our situation taken care of first. And if you want to be a supporter, that comes later. That comes later. But let us take care of us first. To the young lady that was speaking before, Rebbe, she gave a good outline of what's going on over here. It's a lot. They have no history. They take the history from the people that let them come here. They listen to them. They're already almost, when you say, brainwashed against us when they come over here. Not all, but a lot of them are already brainwashed against us. They tell them what we criminals, we this, we that, and they don't take it upon themselves to learn who we are first. But they take somebody else outside's opinion of us. And that's one of the biggest problems. Not only, like you say, the Democrat shields, we got Republican shield, we got all of this all mixed in. It's a whole big slurry of people that are against us, not only from outside, from within. From within. And we deal with this stuff every day. And it's sad, brother, but, I'm glad to see a platform like this where we all can come and have an educational, conversation and educate each other on these things. So I'm just going to sit back, mute my mic and listen, man. I might come back with a comment later, but I appreciate what's going on, what you got going on here, bro.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Go ahead, Wolfie.
Good morning, guys. How everybody doing? So the topic again is, show me the topic. Okay, sleeper cells. So sleeper cells are starting to look like the people. It's starting to look like, what's that FBI agent name?
Which one? Diddy? I don't know. There's so many.
No. Back in the day, Edgar.
Oh,
What's his name?
CIA, J. Edgar Hoover.
Acting like Hoover. Anytime Black Americans need to come together and organize and push our agenda farther, because keep in mind, an immigrant to America do not have.
Oh, you're breaking up, Wolfie. Wolfie, you're breaking up. Okay. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get.
Let me go up.
Wolfie,
Hold on, give me a second. I'm finna go in the house.
All right.
I'm coming. I'm going in the house.
Okay.
I just waited a long time to speak. Look, is I'm still breaking up?
No, you're okay now.
Is I'm still breaking up?
No, you're okay now. You're okay. Go ahead.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Is I'm still breaking up? I'm on my way to health fair, y'all.
No, you're okay. You're fine.
Yes, I work 6 days, sometimes 7 days a week for the people. But listen, what I was saying. When the sleeper cells, it's starting to look like Hoover. Anytime Black Americans need to come together, organize, and push our agenda farther, you have people, they're code. They are this, they're a gang. We're not come together and organizing a hate group to go after other races. We're not coming together to make sure that other races do not come into America. We're literally coming together as Black Americans to make sure we're okay, because 2065 is right around the corner. And the way it's looking after 60 years after the Immigration Nationality Act, when we start letting people that look like us in, and now we have people that look like us in saying that we don't need our reparations, we writing books, becoming politicians, claiming to be an identity that is not theirs to push their identity further. We are getting laws and policies for immigrants. And if we want to look at you trying to say we have the same, when did your family become furniture in the United States? When did the United States of America white tea people start using your family as grease? When did your family had to go hide in the swamps? When did your family children got fed to alligators? We don't have the same history. When you look for reparations, it will be with the British. We're looking for reparations from our government, from the United States. It's not the same. And it's disrespectful that you that's why we're trying to make sure we separate, because our history is constantly being erased. Because other people is coming to America and not respecting the history that's here, but want to be the best they can be, stomping on our history too. It's no longer a challenge the white man, it's challenged Black Americans too.
Come on.
So I don't get why it's hard for you to understand, anyone to understand. Black Americans needs to come together, because we have some stuff to do. We make the most money when we put it together. We have we have top excellent in tiers. They want to just focus on one gender of music, of hip hop, when we have all gender of music. You can go anywhere in the world and go to a church and you'll hear them singing gospel music just like us. Our dialect is practiced all over the world, from the west to the south to the north to the east, and they get it confused. Sometimes when I first started TikTok, I used to come on this and say, they don't go together. Why are y'all trying to make people from the south sound like people from the west? They don't understand the culture that they had to assimilate to, because they were too busy trying to practice it. We had to live it. They talking about experience. We lived it. Our grandparents lived it. Our great-grandparents lived it. We met them. We know them. We have aunts and uncles. And they hundreds of years old and more. You forget our enslaved people lived till they was 120, sometimes 130. So when you say we don't know our people, we don't know our people. The reason your people is not going to know their people because you immigrated to the United States of America.
Well, God damn it.
And I have to go because, I got to go help the people of the United States of America. If you need me, I'm always going to be there. I don't care, but I do believe that my people need to come together, focus on our resources before we can help out everybody else. And keep this in mind before I drop. If Black Americans ever started gatekeeping like everybody else gatekeep their culture, because I don't know no social music. I don't know I know Black American. I know everything Black American because my influence come from Black Americans. When I wake up, I had some great people to look up to in my own family. So, and I'm the baby. So when I seen money, I seen it from people and from my family. So I want to say this: if Black Americans ever decided to, not out of hatred, to break off and start gatekeeping our tribes and our inventions, we would be so rich.
Yes, indeed.
We would be, the world would have to come to Black Americans for these resources that they utilize, that they don't even know that it was Black Americans. And everybody, they talking about Africa, brick and everything. They still gonna need people to trade with. They're gonna still need our resources. So one thing they don't want to happen is, that's why you don't see brick taking over, is WAR. And you don't want to see them lose resources that they have now. I'm gonna need everybody to understand. FBA is not a hate group. You just hate that Black Americans is saying we need to disassociate right now. We see that you don't serve us no good. You come over here, we understand you send your money back, but it's our communities that still need. You think we privileged because you come over here and get these privileges and send it back home, but it's still our communities that's suffering. The propaganda was always against our communities, but you come over here and kiss the white man's ass because he's been your savior and the black man being your enemy. We don't have the same agenda. Because when we woke up and we went out to fight to be on the line, we knew that the oppressor was 9 times out of 10 he was a white man.
Coined now.
When you wake up and you knew your oppressor had your dialect, probably was enslaved like you, and was impressing you. We didn't know who the tether was in our community. That's why we looking to see who the tether's now. Because they use our own people against us. Edgar Hoover was a black man, and I'm gonna end with that.
Well said. That's black men. That's why I love our sisters, because they are very articulate. They know how to put that emotion, that soul, and they know how to wield that logic. Oh my God, she ethered a lot of people right now. Her and Rebbe ethered a lot of y'all. A lot of y'all just need to just do this. Shh. You can't talk after that. Sister, I got you some gifts when you come back up. Y'all should have, Jesus Christ, y'all got to start showing love to black people. Y'all got to start showing genuine love and stop the hate. Genuine love and stop the hate. When you see people spitting fire like that, knowledge like that, you need to give to the anointing. When you see the anointed one speak, you better give into it. You better give to it. Oh my God, that was powerful. Thank you for that, sister. Okay, Aboriginal one, you up next. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
I'm telling y'all right now to come behind her. I mean, I can just feel it. Everything that she said was on point, to the letter, to the dot at the end of her statement. Was fire. We need to come together, Black Americans. We need to stop being manipulated and intimidated by these outsiders that's trying to take our energy from us and throw our focus off on where it really needs to be, which is on us. It's always been about us, and we need to know that we need to just focus on us. We are the one that's been driving this boat for all melanated people around the world. Not just our culture or whatever. We are the ones. We are the ones that invented just about everything they put their hands on. No matter what color you are around the world. We are the ones. We are the ones that's the most forgiving. The most that turn that other cheek. Now it's time to stop turning the cheek and lead the way for our future generation, which is our children that are coming up, and they're coming at them full force. You heard what that other country said, who was a threat to them in America, our young youth. I'm not going to say it. Y'all know who they are. And we don't even know why. It's something great in us that was given to us from the Most High. This is our country. This is our land. Not all of us came from other places. And that is the greatest, biggest problem that we have with the other ones that looks like they refuse to respect that. And that's where the fight would never end. So we got to move on. You don't have to respect it. You don't want to, you don't have to. But now it's time for us to care about us. It's time for us to get it together and move forward. Stop going back and forth. Because they're not going to give up. They bent on whatever the agenda is. Because that doesn't include us at our best interest. We have to focus on us. And I fall back. Love you, sister. The one that just spoke.
Man. Exactly. Wow. Goddess, I know you're going to cook. Go ahead. You're next.
Okay, thanks for having me. I want to start out like this, and I'm going to say this. Thanks to the ancestor that invented this cell phone. Because by them inventing this cell phone, Guess where we at collectively right now on social media? And guess what? Our voices are being heard all around the world. All around the world.
We're deep today.
And we say what we say with our chest out. With our chest out. Okay? Now, we have all rights to brag. Because you know why? Because we are those peoples. We are those peoples. It's something about us that's special. And the whole world mimicked us. Who brought home the most gold? Us. Who invented the most? Us. Who built the mountains and the pyramids all across America? Us. I could go on and on and on, but most importantly is we need to come together. We already know who's not us. We already know. And you know what? I have a dream, just like Martin Luther King had a dream. And I can see our dream is coming closer and closer and closer. That we will unite. We're going to stand as one. All the teethers, all the ones that's against us, all the ones that want to see us fall. Because jealousy is a disease. Don't y'all know that? Jealousy is a disease. You can't stop us. Y'all can't stop us. Because we those peoples, we built Taco Strong. We are the strongest. We fall down, but we get up. We always make our way out of no way. We don't give up. We push and we push and we push until we get what we want. Not like most of the others. And they can't understand it. They come to America with the ideology of being brainwashed, that we're lazy, we this and we that. Our ancestors picked cottons from sun up to sundown. Okay? Okay? They built the White House. Okay? Okay? Everything that's here in America is what we gave. And just know this, America is what? Milk and honey. Everything was here. Everything, from all over the 600 vegetables and crops. Everything. Everything was already here. And I want for all my brothers and sisters that's from America, I don't like using the word black. We need to change that. Check your land patents. It is so important to check your land patents. We all have land. When you're naturally born in this country, for all my brothers and sisters, dig deep. Do your genealogy and do your lineage, and you're going to start going far back, and you're going to see that you have land. And we got to fight for this land. We're going to figure this out collectively. Collectively. I dropped my mic, and thanks for listening, whether you liked it or not.
All right. Big 𝗖𝗂𝘁, go ahead. It's on you. Big 𝗖𝗂𝘁, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, my bad. I move slow. I'm kind of loaded. But I mean, I can't hold you after Sweet Wolf like ate the way she ate. I don't even know like how could I even say anything, but I'm gonna try my best. The issue is for me is that when Black immigrants come to America, they obviously pick the YT side and become very anti-Black towards us. Like, I definitely want reparations from America, but also I want it from Africa and I want from Great Britain, because it was a trio. It was the big three. All of them worked together to make my people docile. And I know I also do understand that all of them, everybody didn't come from Africa. I get that. Even when it comes to that conversation, right? There's Africans like Mandingo Moose in the comments that has a problem with the Black indigenous people. So it's like they just have a problem with Black Americans, period. So now that we are like, okay, shit, you don't fuck with us, well, I don't fuck with you. Now, since we giving them that same energy back, all of a sudden we xenophobic, we anti-Black and all these things. But it's like, no, when we were showing y'all love, y'all told us that we ain't African, speak your African language, right? So now we just like, bro, at this point, if you ain't Black American, and even with some of those Black Americans, because I saw one of them up here, a tap dancer, we got to be cautious around certain Black Americans. So if I'm not going to give Black Americans grace when it comes to tap dancing for the YT man, why the hell would I give, I'm sorry, I don't know if I can cuss, but why would I give an African a grace when they come over and say things like, oh, you ghetto, oh, if you're from the South, you don't know how to talk proper English. It's like, how you gonna come to a country and disrespect the people that built this bitch? The reason that you're able to go to school is because of my ancestors, because they marched. But just like y'all disrespect us and expect for us, oh, okay, master, we love you. We gonna see what we can do to make all Africans unite. Fuck out of here. I ain't fucking with none of that. I'm on it for liberation of Black Americans. I don't care what y'all got going on in y'all countries. And I know that sound mean, but I don't give a fuck. I don't care about what, I don't care. That's me personally. I don't care. Because nobody ever stood with Black Americans when we was going through shit but Black Americans. And yeah, so call it what you want. It's all about the liberation of my people over here in America. It's not about y'all. Y'all had y'all time to shine. Your governments are corrupt just like ours. So we're going to hold our government accountable. Y'all didn't go over there to y'all shit countries and hold y'all people accountable too. That's it.
All right. I am Evo. It's
Too much.
finally your
Too
turn.
much.
Yes,
Too
ma'am.
much.
Go ahead.
Real quick, one thing. I just want to say, when y'all talk about y'all coming over here becoming doctors, baby, we've been having doctors, lawyers, teachers. You must forgot about the cities that they flew over in our own country and bombed us from. We had our own hospitals, own transportation. You ain't doing nothing that we ain't already did, and we still ahead of you doing.
Can I say something right quick? Please. How about last year, you Africans scammed the board to be a nurse? Everyone Google it. They got caught all across the United States of America. Don't you ever put yourself up higher than us whenever y'all have to cheat, and got caught. Every last one of y'all across the United States of America, from Delaware to the Mississippi to California. Y'all got caught scamming. Scammers. Ha ha.
There we go. I am Evo. Go ahead and mute your mic.
I'm so weak.
I am
Just try to
Evo.
mute my mic for me. It's not letting me do it.
Let me see here. There we go.
Peace. How you doing?
How you doing, brother?
So, I'm a 7th generation living here in America through my great-great-grandfather. Came from Southampton County, and was enslaved in Delaware. Got his freedom papers in 1858. Just to let y'all know, Delaware didn't stop slavery until 1901. In Kentucky, too. Because somebody said, it stopped in 1863. 1901, that's when Delaware stopped. Now, if we're looking for solutions here in the United States, well, the first thing we need to do is start on our local political plan. Because a lot of us don't focus locally when it comes to our school system, nor our local elections. We worry about the national elections. That's why the sister said something about California. That's what occurred in California. Why didn't nobody from who has lineage in the country become part of the Black Caucus? You can't blame people if you're not being part of these things. So you can make the decisions. Am I correct? You can't scream at anybody if you're not participating in those things to make sure those things can occur for the benefit of Black people here in the United States. And that's one of the issues. Get involved. If you see somebody that's not doing right in those political constructs, you're right there. Guess what? Get them voted out.
Can I respond to him?
No. I need to finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now I'm out.
That's it?
No, I said, let me finish.
We're giving you the floor. You said I'm out, so I'm like...
No, I didn't say. I said, let me finish and I'm out. That's what I said.
Go ahead.
So when people are talking about things are not happening, you got to get involved in your communities. If you look at our communities today, while they're not doing what they need to do, we're not involved. We have to get involved. The ones who are strong with this, if you're about this movement saying, hey, these are the issues that's going on, those are the ones got to get involved, not the ones that are just want to do it for a political gain. I've seen it locally in my town. I put in the first black mayor in our town. And I saw the changes in our town, especially in the black community, the respective black community that was in our town. Why? We were able to find those grants. We was able to find these things. We were able to get African Americans and black businesses in our town due to the point of getting solidarity. It's right here. I mean, I'm hearing people talk, oh, our people did this or people do that. Okay, if our people did this back in the day, why are we not doing it currently? You can't talk of the past and the future stops. Because it's proven fact, and you go, when you look at Atlanta, you look at places like that, hey, you see when it comes to solidarity, they are making things happen. So you can't say it's not being done, but guess what? If you say you're about this life, you're focused, I need people to get more involved in the school districts. I need more people getting involved in the political part. So those people that you say so-called are against us don't get voted in. You can't talk it if you're not going to walk it. And I agree. Yes, here in the United States of black people and their liberation has to be focused here. Of course, no dog, we're here. We're here talking. This sister says she's going to go to a health fair and do some stuff. If you're about this life, get out there in the political. Since we created and did everything, because I don't see no government power that we have. We have zero. So we can't talk this stuff that we created everything. We didn't create this government. So I lay my plane with that. Y'all have a good one. Peace.
Could I respond to that?
Now, don't leave. Don't leave.
Yeah,
Don't leave.
because you
Right
Don't
there.
leave. Don't
he
leave yet.
said
Stay
a
on the
lot of
panel.
stuff that's not
See right
correct.
there.
And it
See right
is
there.
correct. In 1863, slavery ended on paper. In 1865 is where you get the whole holiday for Juneteenth. Those people been celebrating it since the beginning because they
In Texas, yes, that's correct.
So that's what I was saying. Also,
Yeah.
sir, respectfully, you've been up here a while, and I just want you to hear me out real quick. You've been up here for a while listening, and then you also gave your rebuttal. The problem that's coming in is when you say things like, oh, well, what are we doing? We are doing something. What the whole topic of this conversation is that we now realize that the people who we've assisted in coming over here are not doing what our grandparents worked hard to do, because almost everybody up here, our grandparents were the ones who brought these people over here to assist them in the movements that were happening in the 60s and 50s and 70s and the 40s. Those people are now here, and we're looking at two generations of people who were born, and then first generation immigrants who are being indoctrinated into believing that we don't have to do nothing. Y'all not doing anything. So now what's happening is we're seeing, and I'm saying as us, as the descendants of these individuals, are seeing that it has not done us any good, respectfully, to us to bring these people over here, and they're not helping us do anything. That's why I mentioned the Black Caucus, because I personally did not know until the incident happened, the whole catastrophe happened in California, that nobody except for maybe one person on that whole board is actually generationally born Black American. Everybody on that board is from another country. They mostly from the islands. If anything, they should have been trying to assist because they knew what the assignment was. They went and said the white tea mayor or governor of that particular area, we don't think he's going to pass it. He just signed off on another bill or some type of packet for immigrants coming over into this country 2 weeks before. They knew what the reparations so-called case study was about, and then still didn't even try. If that had been us, we would have still tried. They didn't try because we're realizing we are not in their interest to assist. They are assisting themselves. And also something else that needs to stop. It's a lot of generationally born Black Americans that's not educated in the topic. I'm not saying you're not educated, but not actually educated in the topic, running around here talking about we don't read, we're not involved in stuff. That's not true. We've been reading since day one. The whole language 𝗖, that is an American Black or melanated language, came from them sounding out wording in secret. So
Yeah, that was
it's a lot
Southern.
of stuff. Wait
That
a
was
minute.
Southern.
That is true. 𝗖 came from that. And if you don't know the history, respectfully, go look it up. It is a Black code language that was
Yeah, I know what it is.
created.
Yeah,
Yeah,
from
it
the
was.
South. In the
Hold
Carolinas.
on, brother.
But
Untalk.
what I'm
Let's let you
trying to
talk.
get you to
Nobody interrupted you,
understand
brother.
is
Hold on.
we got to stop saying stuff that's not true. We've been reading since day one, and that's got to stop. And it's not even the foreigners that's saying this. They're regurgitating what we're saying because you got people, not necessarily yourself, sir, but it's irritating when you have individuals that are getting up here that don't actually know what they're talking about. We've been reading since day one. Or when
Yeah,
they break
you
down
gotta
what
take those
should be
false
part of
narratives.
reparations, or when they break down what should be part of reparations, oh, well, we need more education. How much more education do you need to know? Right now, if the government decides today or tomorrow to give out reparations to the individuals who actually have the lineage to receive it, you got people from the continent, meaning Africa, people from the American islands, and some melanated, generationally born Black Americans, well, what they're going to do with the money? What do you do with your paycheck every week? Are you concerned about what the next person is doing with their money? No. So we got to stop. And that's what's confusing people.
And you're correct on that. Those are narratives throughout years. Think about this. You also remember this in
Yes, I'm listening.
before
Respectfully, Evo, nobody interrupted you, and I'm waiting to go
I
after.
didn't interrupt her.
Reading.
I was
Yeah, you did,
I'm
brother.
sorry, y'all. I was
Yeah.
responding to him. I was just responding to him.
Yeah, that was responding back.
To respond back, and then
Yeah, I was just responding back. As far as when it comes to the false
Can I
narrative.
respond to him too? Because
Hey, Tasha.
he said a lot.
I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm gonna give everybody. If y'all want to talk,
Yeah,
to
the host is real respectful with that.
Okay.
And don't forget, Solani, you did good. The host is really respectful with that. Can we please tap, if you like the live and the good debate or the good conversation that's happening, please tap. Also be careful with some of the wording that we use. This gentleman right here definitely keeps a respectable live. So he allows everyone to come up and speak. And everybody in the panel, thank you for being so patient because everybody is passionate in what they're talking about. I was just responding to the gentleman down at the bottom because we do have a lot of people. It's not about hiding our baggage because the whole world knows our baggage. And white America has made that prevalent. They've taken a few bad apples and making it seem like that's the whole generationally melanated community over here when it's not. And so it's giving a false narrative. And then when we try to break down to them, that's why you're hearing some of the back, because we're walking people through the history, which is getting annoying. We have to keep walking people through the history for them to get up to speed to understand why we are looking in the direction we're looking in. And it does not benefit when you have people coming up here that they think they're speaking facts, and it's not. It's not facts. We have been reading since day one. We have a whole language, code language that was created because they were teaching each other how to read. So it's got to stop. If you don't know the history, let someone else get up that can get you up to speed on the history and go back and study it so that you can be ready for debates like this when you go into any group. What's happening is you got people running into these debates blindsided. No, we don't do this over here. We need more education and this and that. How much more education do you need? What we've learned with the education is that we've been bamboozled.
That's exactly
right. That's 100% what happened. And what you just said about what happened, we're not out there doing it. You're not out there doing it. Respectfully, speak for yourself, because I was just at a reparations rally. I've been involved in everything that's going on. And there's other people in this panel, including foreigners that have assisted us. What we're talking about is the individuals who are coming in and they're being disrespectful. They don't know the history. And then they're coming into these lives arguing with dark indigenous. They're arguing with generationally born Black Americans about their history, or people who identify as Americans that have been in this country since day one. And then not realizing the efforts that we as a community put in to get these people over here. Then you got a bigger picture. You have people from other countries that can't stand this country, that don't know the history, but want to break their necks to come over here and benefit off of what we as all Americans have built in this country so that we can live a comfortable life, or what we think is a comfortable life that they're seeing from the outside that's a comfortable life for them. But they're not actually investing in the country. They're getting over here, they're making American money, or they're going to other countries like America and making their money and then sending it back home to a country that the currency is already super low. There is only a few countries over on the continent where the currency is actually almost close to what we make. And they're not even assisting each other out of any of those 54 countries or the island that's sitting over there off to the side. So it's got to stop. And it's the same thing with the American Islanders. So now that we're putting everybody on check about what's going on, now you have people fighting back. Well, we're all one team. We're all dark people. Yeah, we're all dark nations, but we're not the same nation. And that's respectfully what we were trying to explain to Chris earlier. Your family came up here for their own reasons. We're not denying that. But when it comes down to us, we've always been the trendsetters when it comes down to making sure that we get the things that we need to get done in this country. And we have a line of people from other countries standing in our way to get to our own white people to make sure that we get what we need, so that once we get it, we can assist another country to make sure that y'all get it.
So
there's
is this
no
the only
reason
thing that
why this
happened in
shouldn't
Cali?
happen.
stepped on top of so that
Is this the only thing that happened in Cali?
no people are
No,
stepping
it's
on
happened in
top of
several
us so that
states.
they
We're
can
realizing that all of these, and that's what we're
Okay.
saying. We're not denying that we didn't put these people in office. We're realizing that the issue is not starting with white people. It's starting with other people who look like us that are not with the same mindset as us. We
So-
brought these people over here in numbers to assist us,
Okay,
because
so
white
what
tea
were the
America is
other
doing
countries?
the same thing.
What was the other country? What was the other states? What were the other states?
It's all throughout. We have it all throughout all the states. We have people from other countries that we put in office through the local government, that the reason why we're still asking for something that should have been paid in 1863 has not been paid. Before we can even get to the white Americans to make sure that we get what we need, we got to get through a whole bunch of bull crap, because we put these people in office. So now we want to start voting them out of office.
Okay, and that's why I want to hear. Because here's the
thing.
thing: I go to the Black Caucus events. I went this past year. I went 4 years ago.
Go ahead.
Okay, and yes, you probably some were immigrants, but a lot of them were from here, born and raised from here. So my thing is this: if we're going to hold on, if you're going to check, we got to check the issue. The issue is if you're putting the wrong people who's not helping our liberation, we have to vote them out. I don't care if they're immigrants. I don't care if they're from here.
That's what we've been saying. You're like 2 years late. That's what we've been saying. But it is taking
I'm not
us.
2 years late.
We've been saying it, but we're acting on it. Emo,
I'll
we're
people out
now
here.
acting on it. That's what we're trying to tell you. It's not even been that long. It's only been about 60 years, 65 years.
Yeah, I
So
know.
it didn't take us 400 years to realize this. So now that we know it, we're working diligently to start removing those people to get what we need to get done. And you're going to see it also when you get to Congress too. There is a lot of people in Congress, such as the vice president, who have no generational ties to this country, but yet running for president. And then when you talk about individual needs in each section, whether it's tan-skinned Native Americans, dark indigenous people, other white tea groups that are here, Hispanic people, whatever, that are generationally born on this continent, you have individuals who know nothing about the history or are generationally born, have no ties to this country. What you got going on is a woman that they're trying to put in office that's getting ready to open the borders to everyone without putting any rules in place to make sure that people are coming in here the right way. And now you're seeing an influx of immigrants who've been in the country that feel some type of way about it. I had to fight to get over here. Now you just want to open the borders like that? This is not a political debate right now. What I'm stating to you is you're talking respectfully, sir, like a person that's still waiting for something to happen and it's actively
Oh no, I
happening
don't
right
wait,
in front of your face.
I don't wait. Like I said, I put the first black mayor in Milford. I didn't wait for that. I made it happen. Okay.
But the way that you're up here talking as if we're not doing anything,
I didn't say y'all. Because I'm listening to you, sister.
Sir, that's the way it came off, and that's what I'm saying about some of us
when I'm
that are
listening to
getting
you,
into these
you
lives.
look like you're about your business. You look like you're about your business.
It's a bunch
let's
of
be
us,
honest.
respectfully, that's about our business. And everybody in this panel, including our guest that's from Jamaica, is about their business.
Okay.
What we've been saying is this got to stop. Because what you just broke down, and that's why I responded to you. I'm not trying to change your mindset. And I believe that you're starting to get up to speed on what we're talking about because you're starting to change your narrative as you're responding.
I'm not changing my narrative.
Well, that's why I responded to you, because initially what you were saying was we're not doing anything. We voted these people into office, not realizing that we've acknowledged, we've never denied, we've acknowledged that it was our mistake.
Okay, let me hear it out. What I said was not the. Oh,
I want to ask you a question. Are you connected to the grassroots media?
Am I connected to the grassroots media in my respected area?
Are you connected to the grassroots media in your area?
Yes.
And black and nationally. Do you know we have a media? You know, black people, we have our own media.
I know we have our own media.
Okay, are you connected to that? Are you listening to them? Are you knowing that we're making moves? Did you know that we have delineated from the Democratic Party? Did you know that?
I'm a Republican, so.
Okay, well, I'm saying, did you know that though? Did you know that black people are delineating from the Democratic Party?
That's all fine and dandy. My thing is this: if you're talking about black liberation, if you're talking about black liberation, you understand the fact of what does that look like. Everybody, of course, people have their different points, but it's more of a solidarity. We want to have our own nation. We want to make sure we can govern our own self, X, Y, and Z. Okay? Now, with that, how does that look and how do we get that? We do have people that talk about it, understand it respectfully. And there's in good numbers. Do we need stronger numbers? Absolutely. Because when you're looking at places like Delaware, which is a small state, okay? What is needed in Delaware? What's the target? How's this going to be target? These are things that we're looking at. Not saying that people don't do it, but the thing is, I'm not attacking, nor am I going to be responding to anybody outside that's not looking at the black liberation in the United States. I'm going to focus on the liberation for us that goes on here, regardless if it's going to be our brothers and sisters that's immigrating here or not. That's the difference. So, and like I said, the thing in Cali is what it is. What we're going to do with the black caucuses for the rest of the states? Who are we talking to them? Are we addressing saying, hey, do you have this legislation on the top of your priority list? Because like I said, we have to use those grassroots media to do that. And I don't care if black people are leaving the Democratic Party to go to the Republican Party. you still got to focus on the liberation part. It doesn't matter what party you go to. I've been a Republican all my life.
It's not that. Hold on. It's not that black people are rushing over to the Republican Party. It's just that black people are waking up from the plantation of the Democratic Party, sir. We know they're both the same bird, so it's not a flex that you're a Republican.
I didn't say no flex. You asked me. I'm a Republican. Okay, no dog. Okay. I'm not flexing on that.
Right. Well, let me say this. Let me say this. Listen. Get more plugged in with the grassroots media. Do me a favor before you leave here. Send me a follow. I'll follow you back. I want to have some conversations with you. I don't think you're a bad guy, but I think you don't know what's going on.
I know what's going on, brother.
Okay. All right. Well, do me a favor. Hold on.
Go ahead. Listen, I'm listening.
I'm gonna let 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie and foundational American, whoever want to respond to you, I'm gonna let them give them a chance. I want you to stay up here, but I want you to, everybody listen up. Click the link in my bio, okay? And download the Treaty for Black Americans for Peace and Prosperity, okay? That's number one. Download the FBA Code of Honor. Get both of them. They're free. They're a PDF file. Click the link in my bio. It's the first two. One is the Code of Honor and one is the Treaty. Get both of them. Get up to speed for what's going on and what we're trying to do. We're trying to come with a think tank for our community. We want to put a think tank together by 2025 or sometime in 2025. We need to have a think tank. All this stuff all the problems that we have in our community are going to be solved by our thought leaders, and we just need to start bringing them in. Start figuring out who's going to be speaking on our behalf that are foundational Black Americans that come from the grassroots. That's going to elevate us and take us to the next level. So, Evil, I challenge you, man. Plug in. You know, we're not going to side with any party. We're going to side with our lineage. If it's not lineage business, it's not for us, because we got to focus on us. We have to. I like what Max said, self-reparation. Some people may not like it, but I like it. I think we need to do steps to repair ourselves while we're standing on business and getting reparations. So we got to stay on code. The code is our leader. We don't have leaders in the FBA community. We have motion. So if you see any puppet Black person that they put up there that we don't know, that's not us. That's them. And we're checking lineage for everybody. We're checking hairlines. We're checking everything. We need to know who are you. Okay? You can't just ride under Black because you got this beautiful copper color skin. You can't just ride under that. If you're not a Black American, I don't consider you Black. I want you to rep where you're from. If you're African, rep African. If you're Jamaican, you rep Jamaican. If you're Caribbean, rep Caribbean. That's it. You don't have to be us, and we don't have to be you. But we need to know who's who. We need to know, what tribe are you from? Are you from the tribe here in the United States, or are you from another tribe? We need to know, because we don't have the same thought. How can we work with a colonized mindset? We can't. That's why Pan-African is dead. It's pan-Blackness or nothing. You either adopt the Black consciousness, you either amplify our voices here, because that's what's going to liberate you and your country, or we can't work with you. That's just it. The moment we start hearing tether talk, tether babble, all right, brother, have a nice day, bro. Take care. I'm just going to end the conversation and walk away. Because we know our people. We know our people. You can't fool us. You think, see, that's the problem. A lot of you immigrants over here, y'all think y'all blending in when you're not. You look goofy. You just look goofy trying to be something you're not. Your masculinity ain't even on point like ours, brother. It's just not. It's different. It's a whole different swag. So when you think you got bop, nigga, we got bop. We been bopping. We been grooving. We been chilling. Y'all trying to catch up. I didn't mean to run them away. I wanted to give y'all a chance to.
You said the Pan American. That's what did it for them.
Yeah, he's the Pan African. That's the problem. That's the problem. Pan African is the problem. If you still on Pan Africanism, shame on you. You can't work with You can't work with people who want to become the colonizer. How you gonna work with them when they want to colonize? They're trying to learn the game from the white man. They're trying to kiss the white man's butt, hoping the white man's going to give him a step up so he can one day become the white man. I can't work with you, brother. We're trying to replace a system of injustice with a system of justice. That's what we're trying to do. Let me go to Let me go to Mac, then we're going to go to Love, and then we're going to go to You Foundational. Okay? Go ahead, Mac.
I think Big Solana, to be honest with you, I think Big Solana was she
Well,
wanna, if I'm not mistaken.
he left, but if Big Slime, if you got something to say, go ahead. He left, but Big Solani, go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. That's why when I stated earlier, it's not just some of these tethers, it's also some Black Americans that have the tether babble. Like, you don't know any of us from a can of paint. They gonna sit here and say you're not doing nothing in your community in the most disrespectful way, sir. You don't know my people, and I really don't even believe you part of my people. If I'm gonna be real, because people always talk about vote locally. Unless you're in Jackson, Mississippi, where House Bill 1020 has been passed and Black people can no longer vote in that city, that's my hometown. And my people have been standing, like my whole family have been standing on business since the 70s. It's in my blood. So I'm not just on TikTok talking about what we need to do within our community. We are actually in our communities.
Hold on.
And to me, that's like that individualistic mindset.
Big Solani, hold on real quick.
Okay.
What did you say? In your town, you can't vote? Did you just say that? Did I hear
House
that?
Bill 1020 in Jackson, Mississippi was passed last year.
And y'all can't vote?
It was passed last year. No, not in any local elections. The state appoint all our judges, our governors. We can no longer vote unless it's for the presidential election. That's it. And then we go when we do vote, we gotta go to stinking Rankin, which is Rankin County, to go vote because we don't even have polls in Jackson. So when people talk about vote in your local town, but don't even know what my town is going through. Like, shut up. That's why I said he was making me mad.
We gotta bring some.
I mean, yeah, we're definitely we took it to the Supreme Court. Yeah, we took it to the Supreme Court and they denied us. But that don't mean we gonna stop. They said they're gonna revisit it again in 2026. But no, you're gonna revisit it now. We're gonna keep on coming up. We're gonna keep on getting on y'all nerves because you ain't gonna do us like that. What makes us different from Rankin County, from all these places, is because we predominantly Black. So when y'all come up here talking about stuff you don't know nothing about, bro, in a most disrespectful way, bro, shut your mouth.
Wow, I didn't even know that. See,
but you can find it on you can find it on MS House Bill 1020. Look at the full documentation. They literally call Jackson the inferior court. And the superior court is the state.
Say that one more again. MS what? What'd you say? MS God?
MS House Bill 1020. MS House Bill 1020.
I gotta Google that.
𝗔𝗯𝨊𝗿, girl, stop talking to me before I really slap. I really will find you and slap the girl. I don't even like her. Anti-Black girl. Leave me alone.
Calm down. Mississippi House passes controversial House bill, which would significantly increase state control over Jackson judicial system and policing, passed the Mississippi House on Friday, sending. Oh my God, this is real. This is real. Most oppressive legislation, Mississippi House. This still going on in America, y'all. We still got more. We never gonna be done fighting, y'all. We never gonna be done standing on business. This is real. I never knew. And we had somebody in the house. We got somebody. You see, this is why I'm telling y'all we got to watch out for these shields. Okay, they come on both parties, and Democratic Party, Republic. They all got shields, brother. They all got them. And that brother tried to call her a lie, and we just looked it up right now. That's crazy. That's insane. We're never gonna be done being Black, y'all.
And not only they're trying to pass it to Baton Rouge right now. They're trying to put it in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. They're talking about it right now. This House bill has been in talks since 2017.
Why she gotta?
So people say I'm lying, bro. Google is
real quick. Why does she gotta leave? Why can't she just stand on business like she said she been doing? Why she gotta leave and go somewhere else when she from there? She should be able to stand. Hey, why leave? Yeah, you can. But that's not always the option. Let's not adopt fleeing. If this sister want to stand, she could stand. Why are you saying
Man,
you gotta
listen,
leave?
brother. That girl, bro, that girl do not care about any black issues. She literally panders on 𝗖𝗂 TikTok, talking about how black folks not oppressed, how we not going through things that like, bro, I don't like that girl at all. I don't like her, and I really feel like this girl is a tether, bro. Cause ain't no way that she's from this country and talk the way that she do. Girl, yes you do. You a weirdo.
All right, let's go to Mac. Mac, go ahead, brother. You got the floor, man.
All right, how you doing? Too much.
I'm doing good, brother. Are
Peace,
you listening to this?
Good
Mac?
morning, everyone.
Are you listening to this, Mac?
Yes, sir.
Is that not the craziest thing you've heard? That they said that they can't vote in their own city?
Right, but you know, and what I'm gonna do very briefly, I'm listening to everyone. I'm just going on because I know who we are. I'm just gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go biblically because that's our history told in reverse, and then I'm gonna come back to where we're at. So, what happens when he says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and turn from their wicked ways, then we hear from heaven and heal our land." We're dealing with. That's why I said self-reparation. What the Most High is doing is calling us to self-reparation. Once we begin to self-repair and take politics and this so-called something silly Republicans and Democrats out of the equation and allow the Most High, because he's not going to force us to do what he has called us to do, but he's going to only move when we move, and we're moving. But the thing is, we haven't answered the call. We haven't called on his name. We haven't started to self-repair. We're not healing one another. We have to write up a plan of action for self-reparations, one to another. That's love. And out of that love, we take all the enemies. It's mighty funny that tether is closer to Terry, the wheat in the Terry.
Come on.
It separates itself when we take them out of the equation by obeying the Most High. It's automatic. It's gonna happen anyway. So I'm speaking in the flesh, but I'm appealing to your spirit because we're spiritual first before we anything. So, and I said that to say this too much because we talked about self-reparation, and it just has to be an outline written up. And I said to say this: what's happening is they're afraid, and even the ones that they're paying to interrupt you, they're afraid because the Jamaicans and the Africans, they're what you're called. Say, for instance, you have a football team, and you have the scrubs. I hate to say it like this, and you have the advancement, the ones who's really good. Well, the scrubs are gonna make fun of them. They're gonna say, "I can play better. Why are you letting them do this?" They're gonna complain because they wasn't chosen. We are the chosen ones. When people talk about chosen ones, we're chosen by default. He's calling us to say, he said, "If my people," he said, "Hey, call upon me and I'll deal with them." Take them out of the equations. Stop voting where you're not wanted. Stop going by Bill of Rights and policies that wasn't written for you. Your law is what I give you from the beginning. It comes from within. And this is why we're all vibing the way we're vibing, because it's a spiritual call. And when the enemy coming and try to interfere with that, they're being repelled automatically. We are who we are by default. By our very existence, we are. Not because somebody can give us something silly called rights. That's why what they called Jesus when he was saying the difference between Caesar, when they presented him the coin, he said, "Who is this carving? Who is this image on this? What is this carving on there?" He's saying you're submitting to, that's why he said, "Give unto Caesar what is Caesar, and unto the Most High what is the Most High." You are submitting to a carving image in a government that you have nothing to do with you. But if you, he's saying so many words, if you submit to that, you're subject to every punishment that they give you. But if you submit to the Most High, then you're subject to the Most High and how he ruled. But we have submitted to government, and that's not of God. That's not of the Most High. And our suffering will continue as long as, and it doesn't matter. It's not preaching. I don't believe in the religions because they twisted all the religions. We can forget about that. We're talking about spirituality. And from the, and what I'm talking about is, you know how they say inevitability? Where everybody who's original indigenous people of United States, what they call America, we are, it's in our innate ability to rise above this. He put innate ability in us to rise above all of this, regardless of what who say, regardless of what agents or whatever they call themselves. In fact, he's going to cause all of them, the creators of creation, to assist us without even them knowing it. In fact, the ones who come in and you have to prove, you feel like you have to not prove, but really explain to them. Some of them even know, but they're just playing dumb. But that's okay, because they're going to be, all they're doing is assisting the cause without knowing it. There's nothing more higher than our creator. And I say that because I can't name one man that created anything. We only make up with what we have. No man creates. Even when he, what we call procreate, the male and female. No man create, because the egg and sperm had to come from somewhere. So we know that proves there's a higher source of power. And the higher source of power, they don't know that we are the living sacrifice. It appeals to us first. Jesus was, what they call in Jesus was a living sacrifice. That was our greatest example. We have that bloodline, most of us. So it appeals to us first in spirit. It's already taken place in spirit. It's just manifesting in the physical. If I must get this way. So what I'm saying is we have nothing to worry about. All we have to do is, it's almost like being in the classroom. You got a distraction. Ignore them and continue to build and take them out of the equation. So when you go to start self-preparing, we have our help from our ancestors in the Most High. We don't have to worry about provocateurs and all these things. They will be dealt with. They will be checked. It's like self-check on a basketball court. They will be self-checked. And that's the way it goes. But as long as we give them our energy, it's going to always be a complication or confusion. Let me add
to that. Can I add to that?
Real quick, 30 seconds, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, and everything he's saying is exactly true. And one thing I want to add to that is we have the authority to take control and to do what's right and to make whatever's wrong, make it right. So with having the authority, we do step up to the plate. We do get our feet wet, and we walk into the battle when we see things that need to be changed. So part of that is, counting the cost, doing your research, figuring out how you can make the change in the places that need to change, and then going forth to make that change and having faith that you're going to be victorious. No matter how big the government is, you can make that change, whether it's in your neighborhood, whether it's in another person's state, whether you're trying to help a person because the HOA trying to steal their house, whatever it is, we got to go against that evil and stamp it out with prayer and with knowledge, of the system.
So let me just finish right here. So too much, it's like I was saying before, it's going to take, like you said, the think tank to come up with those minds, but whosoever you put in charge, let that be when the currency start coming in, because it's like creating, like you have a Federal Reserve. Now you have our investment firm. It's equivalent to a reserve because it will be well managed. So you have to get leaders, I say leaders, but ones who's going to well manage every dollar that's coming in. And you hold that. And you hold that. Right. And you hold it all across the United States. And we hold that until we all come together in agreement. Right? Mm-hmm. He said, I beseech you in the name of our Lord. And we say Lord, but you know what that means is that we all speak the same language. So when the Jamaicans come in, when all these people come in, okay, it's like Moses at the Red Sea. You had them over there and they was all complaining. But what did the Most High say? Be still. Be still don't mean you're not acting. It means that you are in obedience and you're beholding the mighty power that's coming before you and working within you. Because great is he that is in us that is in this world. All we need to do is be still and self-repair. The rest will check itself.
But here's the thing. Be still is also hold the position. You don't go backwards. You don't move forward.
Yes.
you stand on business.
Yes, and keep
When you're
working
being still, you are still standing on business. You don't
on business.
advance and you don't go back. You hold the line. So
And
100%
forget the
agree with you,
distractions.
man.
Keep working.
That's it. Man, Mac, appreciate you, brother. Let's go to Love. Love, go ahead and unmute your mic. We still talking about this, y'all. I just want y'all to know we still talking about this because this is the problem in our community right here. We
I think you said I was
have
after.
been infiltrated, okay? And we need to understand and know and put things in place to make it harder and more difficult for them to penetrate and infiltrate our lineage because they're trying. They're
All
trying.
right, bro. I think you said I was after Mac, if I'm not mistaken.
Did I say you was after Mac?
No,
I
you
believe
said
so.
you actually said that I was after
I
Matt,
think I
but
said love. I said love.
open
And
up your.
then you're going to.
Foundation Love hasn't gone at all.
Well, Foundational was here before all of y'all. Just be respectful
I
of like
was,
no
but
shade.
it's all right. It's all right. Go ahead. I was.
I'm sorry,
It's all right.
brother.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, brother, but
Ladies first. Go ahead.
okay. Did she drop?
I'm not sure if she dropped, but the young lady that 𝗖𝗂𝘁 had the issue with, she would like to come up, I guess, so she can, I guess, explain her side. She said she was up, but she didn't get a chance to speak.
Can I go before the drama starts? Right. Can I
No,
go? I
that's
want to
fine.
talk about real
Foundation. I
conversations. Yeah.
just wanted to let the host know that the other young lady wanted to come up, I guess, and rebuttal what
No
𝗖𝗂𝘁 was
problem.
saying. Had
I just
something.
want to. I just want to
Foundation.
continue the flow of the real conversations before that start up real quick. If y'all don't mind, real quick. I'll be quick, right? So my thing is this, right? I love the conversations and the power. This is how I know my people and I know who's my people because there's a certain power in how we talk and when we talk, right? And I love the fact that Big Solani, she let us know some new information that we have to stand on business about by all means, right? And we got to understand why this buffer class is getting in front of us to distract us from this type of information, right? But the thing is, right? A lot of people are saying don't vote and don't do this and don't do that. But my question is, are you sovereign? Because if you're not sovereign, you're telling people not to vote, but then you have the sister Solani that's letting you know, well, this is a big issue. We have to all step in. This is a conflict, right? So we have to stand on business. I'm super spiritual. I'm with it all the way. But again, the church, for the last 60 years, has been utilized as a tool by the government to keep us in this position, to keep us turning the cheek, to keep us in a position
Yeah,
where
because
we
we're
got
not
to
talking
kumbaya.
church.
So hold on, brother. I didn't cut you off. 1 second. So all the preaching and everything else on the panel, that's cool, but we got to keep our belief systems, in my personal opinion, to ourselves, and let's talk real issue. Let's talk tangible. Let's talk movements. Let's talk things we can do, like helping the sister down there or standing together on how we can come together. And if we need to vote to do that, we need to vote to do that. But if you're not sovereign and you're telling others and leading others not to vote, that's a disrespect not only to yourself but to your ancestors that was unalive through every massacre, because every single massacre that happened because they didn't want you to vote at all. Look up every massacre and look up why it happened. It's because they didn't want you to vote and take a part and change bills and change laws and get in part of the system to play the game. Now, if you sovereign, cool. Hold on 1 second. If you sovereign, cool. Yeah, if you sovereign, cool. I'm with you all the way. Let's go all the way and not vote and create a whole utopia. I'm with you. But if you're not sovereign and then you're telling others not to play the game and be a part, now you're disenfranchising the people. You're disenfranchising everyone else. The issue is we haven't been playing the game. It's like watching Monopoly, right? And watching everyone else play and get houses and get hotels and sitting outside. Because we've been saying for 60 years, I don't do politics. That's all we've been saying. I don't do politics. And how did that end up for us? It's time to start. And if you look at our ancestors back in the day, they were all Republicans and it was changing laws and making things happen. Special Order 15 from Abraham Lincoln wasn't because Abraham Lincoln felt like he was a good old boy and he wanted to help us out. It's because we have people that jumped in that looked like us and made things happen, told the Lincoln and said, this is what we need. We need that 40 acres in the mule. Granted, it got rearranged, but again, it wouldn't have happened if people didn't step in. That's my point.
Hey, too
And
much.
so
Too much.
when it comes down,
Too much. Let me say one thing
so
to
when
him.
I say
Let me ask him a question.
Real quick.
hold
Let him
on,
finish
brother,
first.
because I didn't interrupt you, brother.
Not interrupting. Go
I didn't
ahead.
interrupt you. I waited very
Go ahead,
patiently,
brother.
right? Yeah, I don't want to lose my train of thought, right? And so this is not like against anyone, right? Or this is not an attack on anyone or nothing. But what we have to understand is that we have to stand together and start. Is the reason why they don't want them to vote locally, and they're doing what they're doing on purpose and making sure they only vote on the presidential elections. There's a reason. They want you to say, I don't want to vote. I want to sit counts 2024. They want you to. That's like going to the bully and say, you know what? I'm just going to smile while you hit me in my face. There's no problem. Or I'm going to stand up and start fighting back. Right? And so what we got to understand is, unless you go sovereign, now if you go sovereign, cool, go not vote and do what you're going to do. Because I'm planning on going sovereign. But I refuse to go sovereign broke. I'm going to make sure I get everything I can. I'm going to help my people, build my community, get as much money as I can, because I'm not going to live in tents on my own land, which I'm on. I'm not going to live in tents, barely having any money and no savings or anything. I'm going to live lavishly like our ancestors did if I'm going sovereign. So yes, I understand universal law. I understand land, air, and water. I understand these things, right? I understand the rights. But if you're in this game, if you're not sovereign right now, and anyone on this panel is not sovereign, then you got to play the game, and so we can be up and do what we need to do. Like the brother said earlier, the Black Caucus, if more of us was in there, that wouldn't have happened with the Black Caucus in California. If we had more people in the, on the commissioner and ATL, we wouldn't have had the Jamaican woman bring her Jamaican child up there on purpose to sabotage the whole thing. It'll be more of us up there, right? And so we do kind of have to play the game until we out of the game, because we're going to continue to pass go and collect this measly $200 that we've been doing for the last 60 years. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of collecting $200. I like the hotels. I like big money. I like to travel. I like to do things, but I don't like to do things myself. I like my people. I want everyone else around me, because I'm doing very good right now. But I want my people, because what's the point of me doing good and everyone else around me is doing bad? It's a disgrace and a disrespect to my ancestors, my people, and the descendants that come from me to not do what I can for my community. So, with all that being said, I'll land on that. I don't want to go too much.
So can I ask him a question?
Yep, ask your question.
Real quick. Foundation. I got a question for you.
Yeah, brother.
All things are created in opposites, right?
Okay.
You right or wrong?
That's true.
And duality is what the basis of things are, correct? Mm-hmm. So if you have things created in the opposite, you have a Democrat and Republican, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that don't necessarily mean that should be the only opposite. But that's all we have, right? That's all was presented to us. So if everything's created in the opposite and you have the lesser of the two evils, and for the whole sojourn of this establishment in this country, we've been at odds, are those opposites working for us? And then we have plenty of time, and we have plenty of changing of the guards from Republican to Democrat.
Is it rhetorical? Now, let me ask you a question. Is it a rhetorical question, or you really asking me a question? Because you asked me a question.
I'm asking you a question, brother. I want you to understand. Right, so I'm just simply saying we have the less of the two evils. Look, wait a minute. We have the less of the two evils in opposition, yet man can't balance anything. So what do we do?
Let me respond to this. I have the perfect response for this.
Hold on, brother. He asked me real quick. So, again, it goes back to what I said earlier. We need to get up in there. Again, yes, it's less of two evils because none of us is in there. None of us is in there, so it's always going to be less of two evils. So regardless of what party, even if we go third party, it's going to be less of three evils, as a matter of fact. Because we're not in there. We're not involved, like the brother says, what I'm trying to say. So it's going to always be less than two evils. We got to stop saying, I don't do politics, get into the local, and get into certain positions of power, whether that's doing civil service, whether that's doing jury duty, whether that's being a lawyer, whether that's put ourselves in positions that we can patrol our own communities, do what we need to do, right? And so therefore it won't be less of two evils if more of us was in there making more moves. Now we are doing what we have to do. I will say, it's a lot of us. Marcel Greg is doing a great job. One of them. We have a few other brothers that's doing their thing. We have a few fellas doing their thing, but we need more of us, legions flooding the gates. It's about that time.
I think it's time that we start running our own political candidates, whether they win or not.
Absolutely.
I think it's time we start investing in the grassroots leadership that we do have, okay, and start putting them in positions so we can combat what they're doing. So many times we thought that politics wasn't for us. We're not interested in it. It's time you guys get a good education on how the government really runs. It's time we know that as a people. It's time we teach that in our curriculum so we know all the executive branches, what they do. I know they so-called teach it in school, but obviously it's not something that's sticking because a lot of kids come out, they have no clue about politics or the economy, how the economy works.
Yep.
So I'm saying this, we need our own school. We got to start educating our own children, indoctrinating our own children. Stop letting the oppressor indoctrinate our kids. We need to indoctrinate our kids in what we want them to have and hold true to their heart, not their ideas. We can't have them coming back with their ideas. We have to have them coming back with the Black consciousness and our ideas. We need to push that line. So
let me finish. So I think to you, Foundation. So what happens is there's no realistically the Republican and Democrats the same. What they did is it appeared to be opposite so that you won't know. It's almost like what Malcolm said. They squirted Novocaine in your jaw. So you suffered peacefully. The truth is you never had an opposite to what they're doing that was in authority. So what Brother Too Much is saying is we have to take them out of the equation. We have to take them out of the equation. You understand?
Okay.
No, I don't understand. I overstand. And the thing is, here's the issue, right? Again, it sounds good. I'm gonna do you one better. Here's what a YT guy said to me. He said, "You want to know what the biggest FU to YT people? It's not screaming and yelling, and it's not protest, not nothing." He said, "Is you owning businesses? Is you coming together and doing group economics?" He says, "You get into local politics. Is you putting yourself in positions of power?" Because if you look at all the massacres again. The reason why the massacres happen is because we started becoming congressmen. We started becoming senators. We started voting. And this is when that happened. The moment we start doing that, that's when they start up and out. They don't care that you're mad and you protesting and kumbaya. And they don't care about none of that. They don't care about you on live right now talking about it. They don't care. But the moment you start putting yourself in certain positions, that's when it's a problem. So yes, again, right now, yes, lesser two evils are lesser two evils because we're not in position. Well, we are. A lot of us are in position. I rebuke that, so I'll take that back. A lot of us are in position. But we need legions. We need legions of us in position is what I'm trying to say. We need more of us.
Hold on, Shantae. Listen, I'm gonna let you and 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 talk it out, but I want to go to Keisha North and then Lance House first. So y'all just sit tight, okay? You'll get a chance, but sit tight.
I don't even want to talk about her. Fuck her.
Don't do that.
I want to speak my piece.
You're gonna speak your piece, but you're not gonna do it like that. That's what you're not gonna do. Okay? We don't do that.
So why was I disrespected? Why did y'all allow her to disrespect me?
I brought you up here. Just sit tight. Relax. It's not
why
your
did
turn.
y'all allow her to disrespect
It's not your turn. It's not your turn. We're not allowing her to do it either, but I'm definitely not gonna allow you to do it. So stop.
But you did allow her to disrespect me in my name.
Control your emotions. I will drop you, and it just won't be nothing. So just relax.
Why didn't she control her emotions?
Relax, ma'am.
Yeah, let's get to the real conversation. This is childish.
Relax.
It's childish, but you want to police me.
Yeah, ma'am. Nobody's policing you, but I don't like people who don't know how to, understand instructions when I'm speaking to you.
We're just interrupting each other.
All right, listen. I don't go back and forth like that. I don't do that. So we just 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, y'all gonna have to work it out offline. Okay. I agree with you. I don't like her either. People who can't control their emotions.
We ain't got nothing to work out. Like I stated, I don't deal with these tethers and these Sambo anti-black people. And that's what she is. So me personally, we ain't got nothing to work out. I'm good. I'm cool.
So there you go. We don't.
Okay, let's stay on top of the subject then. Thank you.
Let's go to Keisha North. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hi, my name is 𝗂𝗁𝘁𝗁𝗂𝘁.
Keisha.
It sounds like Asia with a K. People say that helps. I was on a panel yesterday with 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶 having a conversation with some people about terminology, about the word Black being used as an ethnic term. And that conversation was frustrating because it wasn't an actual conversation. And within it, I got called an FBA, and I don't really know what that is. And I saw that was a part of the prompt in this conversation, so I joined. But I
Do you know what an
during
FBA is? Do you know what an FBA is or no?
I heard it's a foundational Black American, but I
Okay.
don't know if it's an organization, what type of ideology they.
It's a
Huh?
lineage. It's a lineage, man. It's not an organization. It's a lineage. Okay.
Okay.
People who are connected to, who are descendants of African slaves and are indigenous to this land.
Okay. Then if it's just a term, then that's fine, because I got told that there was like anti or like xenophobic sentiment within that organization, but you just said it's not an organization. But the other day before, I was on a panel where I was talking with people who said that, we're focusing on us first, us being the foundational Black Americans. And I don't inherently see an issue with that, but it was in my mind to share that, even though you don't have to play Captain Save-A-Ho for everybody, but it's important to understand and educate ourselves about what's happening with the oppression of other people, right? Because let's say that we have our own version of a Federal Reserve, right? And we can build up our own communities. The process of us building up our own communities would need us to have things like gas and water and electricity, and we would need to know which companies to avoid if these companies are perpetuating things that we are fundamentally against, like genocide and slavery. So that was my point to that. I don't know if that is a sentiment within the FBA community that you just don't focus on or think about anybody else, but that was my piece on that.
My thing is, it's great. It's great to think about everybody else. It's great to be, because we are very compassionate people. When we see another skin like ours going through some kind of distress or trouble, our heart goes out to them. I was on Adonis's live, and there was a young African woman who grew up in America, okay, and all she knows is America, okay, and she's going to school here in the U.S. and she's being bullied because she's African. Nobody denigrated her. We all felt for that young lady, because what's happening this is what y'all don't realize. What's happening online is trickling down into the school. The kids are watching this broadcast right now, and they're picking a side. And we know how cruel kids can be. We all got bullied. We all went through some type of hazing at school. So now, because of the talk online, because of FBA online, guess what? Now children are having to pick a side and saying, well, she's African and she's not one of us. And we heard that young lady. And we felt for that young lady. And we told her, hey, young lady, you need to be who you are. You need to stand on business. Bullying is part of school. Everybody goes through it. And, don't worry about those kids. Just worry about you. Worry about you. Hang out with better friends. Those friends that, those kids are just being nasty just to be nasty. It's not really a Black thing. Yeah, they're probably catching some stuff online, but they don't know they don't know what's going on. So understand, we are very compassionate for other people, okay? If the problem is, here's the problem, they're not compassionate about us. They don't see compassion in Black faces like we do. We see compassion in Black faces. If any person of our color is going through any type of distress anywhere, we feel it.
And that was my point there. I'm sorry to cut you off, but that was my point there, is that we still need to educate ourselves, whether they are hateful towards us or not, about what's happening to oppressed people. Because if we don't want to perpetuate other people's oppression, we need to be aware of what businesses and corporations and entities we need to avoid when we build our own societies.
Okay.
So that was my point with that. But I had one more point, and it was about this lesser of two evils. I think that that's like an illusion of choice, because they're the same thing. I think the Democratic and the Republican Party are the same thing. I'll give the example of abortion because that's controversial. So you have pro-choice versus pro-life, but neither of the politicians adopt that position because that's what they believe in their hearts, right? They're this two different sides of the same coin, which is like population control, right? In order to have population control, you need to control who's giving birth and who's not. And they've done it via different ways throughout history. And in California, they forcibly they sterilize the indigenous woman, right? And during slavery, they put us into breeding plantations. So they've been on population control, and I think that it's just a new version of population control. And so I think
I agree. See, this is what the dominant society believes. The more affluent you are, the less children you have. The more lower IQ you have, the more children you have. That's what they believe. That's insane.
How old are you, 𝗂𝘁?
I'm 26 years old.
That's insane. That's what the dominant society, they believe the reason why their birth rates are dropping. This is the propaganda they're actually telling to themselves. This is the psyop that they're actually telling themselves that's getting all these billionaires on board, right? They want to, listen up, Africa. Listen up, Africa. Listen up, Africa. They want to vaccinate everybody in Africa. And you know what they're using to have the moral high ground to do it? You have a low IQ. That's why you have all these babies. Think about that. That's what the YT people are telling themselves. We're more affluent. That's why we have a lesser birth rate. And that's what happens when you become affluent. But when you have a low IQ, you're just like rabbits or something, having babies, all these babies. And they want to stop it. So they want to vaccinate everybody in Africa. So there you go, Africa. You got another problem you need to worry about before you come over here into foundational Black American business. You got another thing you need to worry about because they want to vaccinate the whole dang continent.
Hey, yo, brother, check this out, too, but you want to hear something that's deep? So now watch the behind the scoop that a lot of people don't know. So when Putin gave 1.2 million free grain to Africa last year, he gave it to them for free. And then what he did was he said, listen, I'm going to make reparations for Africa. So in Africa, so back in the day, you know how they took all the golds, the diamonds, the statues, and everything. Mad country, all European countries did this. Listen, so Putin said, listen, in Tartaria, Russia was Tartaria at one time. And Tartaria was run by all melanin people. Let me use that term to you. And they was known as the Moorish people. All right, during this time, they controlled a lot. So all the Americas that we know, like the building structures you see, they the ones that made it. The law that you see that really was before we got the law, constitution and all that, they made the structure and foundation. But some way, somehow, you know how it goes, everything got corrupted, everything got hit, and everything got misplaced.
Okay, not too long, brother, because I'm letting you talk, but I got to go to Lance, but I'm going to come back to you, so.
All right. I let you go. I'll let you go, brother, for a second, and I'll just wait for my turn.
Thank you. I'm coming to you, brother.
Can I just add a 30-second thing on that, what she said about the whole abortion thing? I'll be 30 seconds.
Go ahead, 30 seconds.
So now I was going to add on that, I'm 100% in agreement with the whole, Planned Parenthood that was strategically put into Black neighborhoods. 80% of Planned Parenthoods are in Black.
Okay, look like you're getting a call, brother. Lance, we coming to you. Go ahead.
Margaret Sanger was the creator, and she did some work with the KKK, and so she made sure to make 80% of the Planned Parenthoods in these Black neighborhoods, to push eugenics onto our people. So it's definitely what the young lady was saying earlier. So I'll land on that.
Okay, Lance, it's on you, brother. Unmute your mic.
Yeah. So when it comes down to voting, I feel like it's your choice to vote, right? So say for instance, like me right now, I don't know if I'm going to vote for anyone because I just don't like any of the choices, and I feel like that's also a choice if you choose to take it. If you see two candidates and they're doing things that's against your belief, against your religion, against your moral code, and you can't choose any of them, then just don't choose any of them. Simple as that. If you can find one that you feel that's okay, then that's the one you choose. Simple as that. Now, when it comes to a widespread, functions of the government, you could do other things. You could start a non-for-profit, right? And then with a non-for-profit, you could tap into all the government funding yourself, and you could, create whatever you don't have in your community, just like that. And then you could research and find out, what, politicians are, in control of
This
making
is
certain changes
inadvertently
that you
turned
would
into a
like.
political conversation, brother.
I
We're
know.
not trying to make this particular thing turn into a political conversation.
I really hate when we always got to go that route. I
Oh,
really.
okay,
We're not trying to
okay.
get in
All right.
politics. We're
So
not.
you
We
don't
really
like
not.
it,
Trust me,
and
bro.
you hate
I
that.
would
So
love
all
it,
right,
but I would love it, but
I heard
believe me,
everybody talking about
we're
political
trying
and
to stay
different
on the
things.
real. We're trying to stay on the real good karmic vibe so that the family can come together.
Yeah, but why
If
don't
you
you let the
have
host say
if
what
you
we trying
have
to
something
stay
you like
on?
to express,
Let
this
the
is the
host say
spot
what
to
we
do
trying to
that.
stay on.
Lance, don't get offended, brother. He not trying
No,
to. He
no,
not
I
trying to
want
do
him to
that.
let the host
No,
say what
no,
we trying to stay on, though.
Listen. I'm giving you grace because I know everybody has something they want to say. We're trying to stay on topic. I really want to talk about how we're going to get these shields, these sleeper cells, right? These handlers, these cosplaying Negroes who come over here. I want to talk about how we got to get them up out of our midst, right? But I'm giving I'm just trying to
All right, so let me
educate our
respond to
people.
that then. Let me respond to that. As a black people, as a minority, we can't get nobody out of our midst. There's no way. There's no way. Like we got interracial marriages. We got black people that don't even like black people. So I don't understand how we gonna get some other people out of our midst. I think we should just focus on doing what's right. Whatever that is in your household, in your community. If you the mindset that you want to do more, then you got the mindset to do more. But if you could just take care of your household and your neighbors, then you fine. And if you want to do more, if you got it in your heart and in your mind, if God put it in you to do more, then you do more. But I don't think we could. I think the wheat and the tare got to grow together. Then God's going to separate it in the end. But we can't separate it right now. We can't separate it. We got to we can't be afraid of evil. You can't fear evil. You got to walk up to it. What's up? You here? We here. We all here together. What's up? That's how
Who
it
is
works.
supposed to separate the wheat from the tare, brother?
I have an
Not while it's
alternative.
growing. Not while it's
That is
growing.
exactly.
They separate it in the end.
Brother, I think we know what
The
what
worker
the
in the
and what the tear
field,
is.
No,
the
they
servant
separate
of
it
the
at the end.
Lord
You want me to go to
was
the Bible verse?
supposed to separate the
Do you want me to
wheat
go to the
from the
Bible verse?
tare so
Nah,
that it
brother,
could
we
be
don't. We
used
You
to
don't,
want me to
brother. You
go to
feed
the
got.
Bible verse?
Pharaoh.
Where my
We
phone at?
don't. We don't,
Hold
brother.
on, we don't.
We
Hold
don't.
on.
But
I have
you
an
know what I'm
alternative.
saying? Anyway,
Hold
okay,
on,
let me
hold
get
on,
out.
hold
Let
on,
me
On
get
hold
out.
on.
everyone,
Let me
the
get out of
host
this.
is speaking. Hold on,
Hold on.
everyone. The host is speaking. Please
I
mute
just
up.
want to say it like this. Listen, we are actually called to judge. We are actually called to rightly divide truth. And I think Black Americans we've been commissioned that from the beginning. We are the justice in this country. We are the ones that divide the wheat from the tare. We do it automatically without even knowing.
Let me say this real quick, just to your point, because we are the living sacrifice. Never forget that. Yes, we are the authority.
So we are the ones to say what justice looks like and what justice doesn't look like. So I don't know what this brother is talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. But we are going to get these agent of provocateurs and sleeper cells and shields up out of our midst. We are delineating and we are checking. We got to check your pedigree. We got to know where you come from, who you are. We got to. We can't just allow black faces to come up around us and think, oh, we all black. No, we're not all black. No. Where's your family from?
All right, can I respond to that?
Hold on. Pay attention to the mindset. If they have the colonizer's mindset, that should tell you enough right there. When they start talking with a defeatist mentality, already off the bat, we can't work together. The Bible says it like this: how can two walk together unless they agree? If they not on code, If they're off code, you can't work with off code people. But if they're on code, those are the ones you ride for. Those are the ones you work with. But the code's going to let us know who's who. So the moment you see off code Negroes, just shut up. Just be quiet. Don't speak anymore. Because they're coming around listening. They're gathering information and intel, and they're going to take it back to massa. And we can't have that. No more of that. So all that tut language, keep that to your damn self. Don't do it on these airways no more. All they need to know is we don't got to prove to them that we got a language. All they need to know is that we got one, and you don't need to know about it. That's it. And those who are privileged to use it, you consider it a privilege, because a lot of us don't need to know it because we run our damn mouths too much. That's how we get.
We only need to hear whispers of a language that might be out there.
That's it. Let it be for, listen, y'all young people, y'all got to carry this rock because we're going to pass it to you. Generation X, we got to pass the baton. And when we pass it to y'all young folks, y'all better protect what we pass to y'all, and y'all better make sure the next generation after y'all protects it too.
Can I read this really quick? It's only like 5 seconds.
Okay, 5 seconds, brother.
Okay. Let both grow together until the harvest. In that harvest time, I will tell the reapers, gather the weeds first and bind them in bundles to be burned, but gather the wheat into my barn.
That's what we're doing, brother. We're putting the wheat in the barn, and we're putting the tares where they belong. The tethers belong where the tethers belong, and we belong where we belong. So it's a separation. We're doing it right now. So we're on code with the Most High, brother. We're not off code. We're on code. We're doing exactly what God meant us to do. What the Most High wanted us to do, we're actually walking it out right now. We're doing it. Again, if you haven't got...
It's God that's going to do the separating. He's going to separate everybody.
Hold on, brother.
Who is the reaper in this scenario, brother? Who is the reaper?
Hold on. Okay.
In the scenario that this scripture brings forth, who was the reaper? Because God did not say he was the reaper.
God is the reaper.
That is not what he implied. No way in there did he imply he was the reaper.
Religion, bro.
I'm trying to stop.
Nobody cares. Like,
you say you don't want to hear it. You don't believe in God.
Here we go, y'all.
I definitely know. I don't have to believe in something that I know is real.
I'm not talking about you, lady.
Stuff that leaves room for doubt.
I'm not talking about you, lady.
This is not the conversation.
I'm not talking to you.
Bro, get on,
I'm talking to cousin uncle.
Get on, bro.
I'm talking to cousin uncle.
I know.
Y'all don't got no posts on your page. Who is
Get
that?
on, bro.
Just mute everybody too much.
Everybody mute up. Relax.
Yeah, respectfully, we're on a different topic.
We ain't talking about these.
Yeah, it's nothing personal towards you, Lance. The topic is about tethers or people that we are identifying that has come into our community that is creating an environment where we're not able to get past a line. And so now that we're identifying it, we're working hard and diligently to get those things done. So we want to stay on topic as much as possible. Also, the host has explained what foundational Black Americans mean. 𝗖𝗍𝗍 is also another division within our community. She's able to speak on that when it's her turn. So everybody just be patient. It is a good topic. Let's tap for likes, share the live, and the host will get you up one at a time, okay?
Yeah, I'm bringing people up.
Hey, y'all, I'm just want to show y'all the health fair. I'm on mute. I can't hear y'all.
Host, can I speak? Oh.
Hold on. Macy, what did you want to show us? Okay, she's at the health fair. That's what she wanted to show. Let me put her on the big screen real quick. This is another mod, you guys. Okay. All right. Connect. We see something. This is the health fair, y'all. She wanted to show us the health fair.
Shout outs to Sweet for putting in the work, the footwork, and the grassroots.
Yeah, that's what we need. We can't trust anybody outside the grassroots, y'all. They're not to be trusted. If you see them on television, automatically be critical. Automatically, you want to check their pedigree. Why are they saying what they're saying? And who are they? Who's their audience? And what are they trying to say? You need to be that critical when you see Black people on television, because you can't trust them. You can't trust them. You don't know who they are. They're probably a tether. They're probably a Sambo. That's what you got to assume. We don't control that media, okay? We only can control what we can control, and we can't trust you. If you come from anywhere outside from what we know, from where you come from, if one of us can't vouch for you, we don't know you. We just automatically can't trust them. So we're not trusting black faces just because they're black. We're not doing that. We're not doing that kumbaya. Everybody's no. You gotta do what you gotta do for your lineage, and we gotta do what we gotta do for our lineage. And we gotta separate and put a gate around everything. We're not giving away no more goodies. No more cookouts, y'all. No more of this. Come on to the no. You gotta be critical of who you bring to the table, because you don't know what they're doing and what they're trying to do. You don't know what their agenda is. Okay, so let's talk about how we're gonna get these government shields, these sleeper cells, these agent provocateurs who come in and try to sow division amongst us. We had it happen to us yesterday. We had a dude just lie. He didn't send me nothing, y'all. I didn't get nothing. He said he was going to send me something. I never got it because he was lying. And he was super critical of everybody, acting like he had all the answers. And it seemed, sometimes people can seem right, but the end thereof is just destruction. They're agents of provocateurs, and we got to call them out. We got to call them out, and we can't let them disrupt what we got going on. We got to study what happened to the Panthers. We got to study what happened to Malcolm. We got to study what happened to Martin Luther King. We got to study of the assassination of our leaders so it doesn't happen again. We have to be smart and diligent in keeping these people out of our inner circles. They cannot be a part of our think tank. They cannot be on any board. They cannot be speaking for us if they're not one of us. And if the one of us is not approved by us, they definitely can't speak for us. Period. So let's open up the panel. How are we going to deal with this? What's the best way to deal? What can we put in place to make sure this doesn't happen again? What can we put in place to make sure we don't have another Lake Lanier? So we don't have another Tulsa, Oklahoma. So we don't have another Rosewood. What can we put in place so they don't infiltrate us and take us out like they did Brother Malcolm? So they don't take out our leaders like Martin Luther King. What can we put in place? How can we stop these attacks, these matrix attacks from these cosplaying Negroes? What can we do?
So I got a few solutions.
Anybody can talk.
Yeah, I got a few solutions.
I got one.
I'm gonna start with the first solution, right? The first solution is
hold on. Let's set some. Hold on. Before you start, let's set some ground rules. Let's not do monologues. Okay. All right. Let's get some solutions. I want to open up the panel. I want everybody to talk. Okay. Let's have a conversation, but let's not do monologues. Okay. Let's keep it short. And I'm gonna start with
2 minutes.
Yeah. 2 minutes or 1 minute 30 seconds. Okay. But let's do that, and I'm going to start shuffling the deck and bringing people up from the chat up to the panel, and let's have the discussion. How are we going to keep these people out of our community and off of our spaces in social media? What can we do? Go.
All right. So the first solution we have to do is understand that our belief systems are our belief systems. And when we have these conversations, we got to keep our belief system to ourselves, because then it leads to the arguments and the things that we got that wastes time on things that we could be talking about real issues on a day-to-day basis. The second solution is we have to group economics. We have to shop within ourselves. What I'm going to do, I'm talking about me personally. Next week, I found two people. One lady, she sells soap. She sells all natural soap. I'm going to be buying from her. And my brother Chief Vaz, he sells a skin cream, right? And so not only am I going to be buying from him, I'm going to make a post about it next week, and I'm going to promote that post. So we got to really support, not just buy, but promote that for them too, right? Be their biggest fans, be their biggest supporters, right? We have to give each other more grace. Yes, there may be people with some attitudes. Yes, the prices may be a little high, But listen, I'll pay whatever that price is, and maybe talk to the brother sister later and give constructive criticism without the attitude or but give that graceful, constructive criticism to our people.
Okay, hold on. I gotta jump in. Hold on, real quick. I gotta jump in and say this real quick. You gotta adopt the mentality of I'll be back tomorrow. Remember that. I like everything this brother said. Be critical. Leave a review. If you go buy anything from any type of foundational Black American business, you be critical of that business. You give constructive criticism that can help grow that business, and you give them a compliment as well of what you like. So give them what they like, what you like about their business, and what you think they need to change. But have that mentality. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna keep buying with you until you get better. And when you get better, I'm still gonna buy from you. I'm gonna be with you from the beginning all the way to the end. We have to support our people so they don't get canceled. Go ahead. Sorry about that, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so because when the Chinese person, when you buy that Chinese food and they say, what y'all want on the phone, you make sure you still buy that chicken wings. When that Jamaican person look at you with the stink behind look in their face while you're ordering, you still make sure you buy that meal. So I want that same energy and same grace for your people. When it come down to our people, we need to start giving ourselves way more grace when it come down to it. Even the prices. I will travel 2 hours for Chinese food in Philly when I go to New York to go get halal fusion. It's called halal fusion. There's a Black American brothers that sell Chinese halal food, Chinese food, and I will travel that 2 hours to go there. We have to start putting the energy to really put the money into our people. Thirdly, what we have to do is we have to do our genealogy, right? When we do our genealogy, we got to understand, and I'm almost done. We have to understand that we've been indoctrinated with the Rockefeller education from K to 12, purposely with the roots propaganda of servitude, slavery, and looking at YT as if they're some type of light. So we have to do our genealogy to see that our folks in the 1800s wasn't enslaved. They was farmers that owned the farm. They was business owners. They served in different wars. They served in different things. And when you do your genealogy, you walk a little different. You talk a little different. You move a little different. And we can stop having these defeatist mindset, woe is me, hands together, pray hands, dudes coming on panels talking this weak mindset. They start to talk with power. Now we start to talk with power because we understand our family tree and our family lineage, and we talk on our lineage. So on the last note, and I'm almost done, I think I got 20 seconds. We need to understand that when it comes to our kids, we are the first alpha. So we have to teach our kids and become the first alpha. The second alpha is the kids in school, right? Because it's supposed to be the teachers, but we understand that the kids influence the kids first. And then the third alpha is the teacher. We need to become the first alpha and teach the kids and be there for the kids and not rely on these teachers. They try to teach my kid that he come from a southern ape, a monkey, a southern ape, 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗁. I'm not going to say it right. I told him straight up, that's not my lineage. We come from the Great Spirit. That's where we come from. We come from the living, right? Again, I'm spiritual, but I keep my belief system. But I let my son know, we don't have RH no blood. So we don't come from that. And I land my plane.
All right. Go ahead.
As far as like the online approach or the social media approach, I've seen apps where you need to get some type of code or be recommended by somebody who already is within the app in order to like have an account. So that's an option. And it could be, if you're trying to keep it only within people who are with like grassroots communities, then just only recommend people that you've met in person at these functions like that health fair that I think Sweet Wolfie is at right now. So that's I think an option.
Okay. Anybody else? How do we get these people up out of our midst, y'all? What can we do to safeguard ourselves and protect ourselves from people infiltrating our lineage?
The first thing I would say is, have faith in the Most High, be obedient. But the next is like the brother was saying, our generation for our kids. So like all kids is a main focus to keep their minds to be different from this demon time. Because right now it's a demon time mindset. The music is polluting. Everything is like really bad, man. Like I got kids, so I can speak on this. And I've been working in the store for years, and our kids is really majority of them is lost. You know what I mean? So how can we unite to be stronger when our kids is divided? As you get what I mean, it's more unalignment from each other than of anybody, and then officers or you get what I mean? And that's the real problem right there. And that's what's really it's terrible. And if we don't get that correct, then it's bad for our future, for the generation. It ain't gonna never be nothing because our kids, you feel me, they really become
How close to you are your neighbor? You and your neighbor?
Me and my neighbor, how close are we, my neighbor? Me and my neighbor. Oh, my neighbor next door to me. I'm real close to her. I'm close to her.
Okay, how about the next neighbor after that?
Upstairs, I'm nice to everybody. I'm always nice, man. I hold doors for people.
Okay, wait a minute. What I'm getting at is you are setting an umbrella. When you show that you and the parents are working together, your children see that interpersonal relationships work together. That's how you do it. Every family that you come across that has a child, you interact with them in a manner that obviously you want to be interacted with. And you act accordingly. Your child learns from that. While I understand it is difficult with society giving children information without the filter of the adult brain, it is still up to you to really take them step by step through the process until they get it.
I hear what you were saying, brother. One day the host was on live and he was explaining to me about his pops. If the host don't mind, he was telling me how he was not listening to his pops, but his pops was right all the time. And so and he showed me with that, and I told him, yeah, he didn't bomb stuff like that. He had to work and he did everything. The host did all this stuff, and I said, yeah, he taught you how to basically be a man. Nowadays, that the kids ain't getting that because their father locked up in jail or unalive or is not there with the single.
Can we please stop using white supremacy talking point when it comes to my people? Please and thank you. Because you sound like a whole white man.
Yeah, I'm about to say that's not true at all.
Come on now. You sound like a YT man right now. Because my father was in my life, still in my life.
I'm not saying everybody.
It's just not me. You said the fathers. You said, sir, respectfully.
I'm not saying you. I'm sorry.
You said plural, sir. You included me and all my people in that statistic that YT folks says about us. So first it was the black on black crime, and I let that slide. But sir, you sound like a white supremacist right now, and I'm gonna shut up.
And real quick, and when we talk about black on black crime, we gotta understand black is an umbrella term. So there's other groups within that black. So
the Jamaicans, because they the ones that really came up with that term. They are the fatherless country.
All right, so I got five. Listen.
And also, hold on, 3%. Hold on, 3%.
Let me say this. Hold on, everybody.
You gotta speak for yourself. So you've been in jail.
Three times. Hear me out. I've been in prison 3 times.
Hold on, Prime. This is the host. Okay, let me tell you something anecdotal. Okay, and this is not a YT supremacy talking point. This is what I experienced growing up. Okay, I grew up in a neighborhood where my father and an African man was the only father in the whole neighborhood. Everybody else, they were either revolving boyfriends or they were in and out of prison. Okay, my father had to father the block. My father was very well respected in the neighborhood that I grew up in. Okay, and that's just what I experienced. So I don't think that's anything wrong. And if it's true, it's true. If 70%,
but it's not true though.
Hold on. No, we're not doing anecdotal. If the stats say 70% of our lineage is single mothers raising children, then that's the stats.
Yeah, but even with those stats, they do not include women that are still in a relationship with their boyfriend, with their baby daddy. Because all of us don't get necessarily get married.
But you shouldn't be feeling some kind of way about that because that's not inclusive of the whole. We're just talking about the facts.
No, man, I don't know, bro.
Don't get offended.
Hold on. The stats also said we
true, bro. Y'all didn't know how to reach the statistics.
Hey, brother,
look how they put it all together.
Hey, your sister, I apologize.
Don't call me your sister.
I apologize. I don't want you to think I disrespect you or made you feel any type of way.
You didn't disrespect me.
Hold on. Let me set some ground rules here. Listen, we're not doing this men and women back and forth dominating each other. Women, when you're speaking to men, be humble. And men, when you're speaking to women, show grace. All this, you not my, listen, that's not us. Get that hate up out your heart. Get that negativity.
I don't have no hate. I just don't like when speaking talking points.
Stop talking to him. He didn't mean no harm. Stop getting triggered.
It doesn't matter. It's literally intent over impact. What are you talking about?
It does matter. Big 𝗖𝗂𝗍𝗁, it does matter. Check your attitude.
Y'all know how to read stats.
Check your attitude. No, do you know how to read stats?
Yes, I do. Because,
No, you
yes, I
don't.
do.
You
So
clearly
you
don't.
Sister,
you do that. You
sister,
don't.
all
Okay,
we're trying to do
whatever.
in this situation is ask for you to treat this like water off a duck's back.
Hold on, I kind of agree with her though.
I got you. I got
So what
you.
I'm saying is,
I got
I
you.
agree with her though. Is what I'm trying to say.
Let
Like,
it
stats.
fly.
And
no need
I
to
know
get
it doesn't
triggered.
apply to me. I know
You
that,
don't
but I'm
need to
saying
get
as a
triggered.
whole.
Listen, the stats are the stats. You can't change
Yeah, you
it. It's
can't
not,
read
it's not your
stats.
feelings. It's not your feelings.
Can I ask
You can't read
So the
stats.
thing is, she not triggered. She's saying the facts though. So when it comes down to stats, we are, according to the CDC, we are the most married to black women. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Where your stats are you getting that from? It's not about being triggered.
Can I add
it's the
something to
facts.
that real quick? I'm sorry to cut you off. Can I add something real quick? When you say specifically our lineage, this is a stat referring to our lineage. Within sociology, they don't have a distinction between us and African immigrants, right? So even though it may be true, you can infer that it's true. But when you're talking about what the stats show, the stats do not distinguish us.
And that's what I'm saying earlier. That black is an umbrella term, is what I'm trying to say. Is an umbrella term. So we have Jamaican groups, we got African groups, we got. So when I'm saying this stuff, and you guys are casting spells, is what I'm trying to say.
Time out. We got something called blackdemographics.com, and that deals with the black community, the foundational black American community. That deals with us. You can go there and get.
Do they check to see if people are actually foundationally black?
You can go there to get the stats. Okay, I'm telling you an anecdotal experience that happened in my community that I know happened. Listen, if you're from I'm from California. I'm from California, y'all. Okay, I'm from California. But it is what it is. We have a
but that's anecdotal.
In our lineage. Hold on, in our lineage, we have a lot of single mothers raising children. In our lineage, that's just what it is.
I'm not saying that's not true.
And change that.
The only thing
too much.
That's on you.
I'm not saying
it's not about
it's not
belief.
true.
Again, so black is an umbrella term. Is what you're not understanding, brother.
We're not going to denigrate a brother for saying what he said. Okay, when it's
nothing.
Nobody
denigrated you.
We're not going to do that.
Nobody denigrated you. We having a conversation.
Show respect and you get respect.
Hey, so too much. I got a question for you real quick. Too much. 1 second.
Wait, can I just clarify?
Hold on. 1 second. Too much. 1 second. 1 second. We're gonna pass all of it. We're gonna pass all of it. If too much. If you're a shepherd, too much. If you're a shepherd and you have one sheep lost and you have 100 total, would you leave the 99 and go find the one? Let that one be one single parent, if male or female. Would you, in say for instance, everybody else is secure. Would you leave that 99 and go secure that one who needs that help? So stats don't even matter. We're looking at the problem. We're looking at the problematic issues, period.
Plainly, brother. You guys are talking in parables every time, brother.
It doesn't matter, bro. It makes sense. You just don't want to acknowledge it.
Mac, let's let 𝗂𝗁 make sense. Let's not get off on that. Let's not do that to the family. Treat
I was trying to
like
say
a brother and your sister like a sister. That's what you need to do. You need to start looking at people not like they're the enemy and stop hating on them and look at them like they're your brother, they're your friend. You don't talk like that to your brothers and your friend. You speak a little differently. You have their mind. You try to see it from their point of view also. Speak like that when you're speaking to your lineage. Speak like they're your brothers and your sisters. Don't denigrate. Don't just get triggered and jump off and think you can pop off and talk any old type of way. Stop that. That's what causes the division right there. Don't become an agent provocateur. Don't do that. Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
I wasn't trying to say that isn't the case for us, right? I was just saying you made the statement, statistics show for us directly, specifically our lineage, that we have this disparity of black fathers in our household. And I was just making the point that if you're looking at general statistics, not done by generally people, the way researchers do statistics and look at us, they don't differentiate us from other African immigrants here in America. So that's the only thing that I was trying to say. But if you're
Okay.
saying that within that website you were talking about, that they specifically look at us, at the Foundation of Black Americans, then that's, I don't know what that website is, but all
Let's
of the
go to
research that
blackdemographics.com, and I'll
Black
say this.
Americans.
Listen, I'll say this. Listen. There's another stat out that said black fathers are the most involved fathers in any other group. Are we going to discount that too? Because they're talking about us. That's talking about foundational black Americans. Foundational black Americans are, I had a great father. I don't know about it. I had a great father. So I can rock with that. Foundational black American men are involved in their children's life more than any other man. And that's what the stats
I'm
say.
not trying to disagree with that or anything.
Yeah, so
but
that's
I'm
what I'm
just saying
saying,
that
brother. Like,
if whoever is doing the research, you need to look at how they're defining blackness, right? If they're using it as a racial term or as an ethnic term. That's all I'm
yeah,
saying.
and that's kind of like what I'm saying, right? When it comes down to, we can't speak with two tongues, right? We can't say, all right, no, we're not in their life, and then say, well, CDC says, well, we are in their life.
So y'all would
At the end of the day,
y'all would agree with one, but y'all won't agree with the other, and then y'all want to question it. We can't do that.
This is a difference between micro and macro.
So what I'm saying is this, right? Again, and I want you to understand.
Let's get there.
And I want you to understand that disagreement is not hate.
Let's not get off track, brother. We heard you. We heard you a million times, but let's not get off track though. This is what we're trying to combat here, because this is the really pressing issue that we have. We have sleeper cells, we have agent provocateurs, and we have shield in our spaces, and they're bothering us on the regular. What are we gonna do? What can we put in place to get these people up out of here? To get them
Too
away?
Much. I was talking at one time, and I know Shorty kind of felt disrespected when I was just saying, or like I was saying to you, you told me before on the live about your experience with your dad. I never really had my dad. I met him like 3 times. You get what I mean? I watched my single parent moms. All my friends I ever know never had their dad in their house. You got a blessing. But everybody I ever knew, all my friends since I'm 45 years old, everybody I ever knew never had their dad with them. Never. Everybody I ever knew, you see what I mean? I'm like, they was either locked up, unalive, or was an addict, or was never there, or they didn't know their father. And every time I went to foster homes, that was the same thing. Group homes, everything, my whole entire life. Even when the system, everybody I talked to, or people I was with, their pops was never there. I'm like, whoa. And then everybody I ever seen in prison, majority of them was my kind. You see what I'm saying to you? Only a little bit small of everybody else, but everybody was my kind. 35 years, 65 years, life. You see what I mean? Then I was right next to a juvenile facility in Florida. It was all 13 to 18 years old. Majority of them are my kind. You tell me if I'm losing my mind or something. I'm seeing it every day. Forget the statistics. I'm seeing it in my face. Come on, you tell me that this system has been rigged. And when I tell a person, you got to understand, United States of corporation, everything is a corporation. We have to know this. It's a corporation. RS is a corporation. When we get paid, they take our money as soon as we get paid out of our check. Right or wrong? You start, everything costs. Electric, gas, everything costs. Nothing is free. Your car is not really free. The rent, your house that you own is not really free. The land that you got is not really free because you still got to pay on it. So it's not really yours. You just renting it from a time being. Let's be honest about it.
Okay, but what are we gonna do about this, brother? What are we gonna do?
I told you what to do, bro. You gotta first. I don't know what you believe in. I ain't nobody to say nothing what you believe. I trust in the Most High. I just believe stay in His ways. Help, be a giver. The more you give, the more you receive to give out and build up art. We need to come together, and that's in real love, building with each other, following the ways. Like Brother Mac was saying, he's right. If we don't do that, and we don't teach our kids that, then we lost. We really are lost. It don't matter who becomes president because they are against us. They're against us 100%. Don't think it's not no color thing. It's rich or poor. That's what it is now. It's no more color. It's rich or poor. If you rich or not, because all our kids are mixed. Now, a majority of our kids is being mixed, and that's what's happening. So you can't be, oh, no, I don't like this kind. I don't like this kind. It's more of the old kinds that's rich, that's Bill Gates in them. This is the truth. That want to depopulate the world. There's not enough room, and they tell you lies, and they feed you poison. They go to Africa and they try to kill the people, and they give us these diseases and all type of stuff. They've been doing it for years because that's the rich and wealthy, the Rothschilds, Vanguard, and BlackRock. These places, they are rich. I'm telling you, you better study. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry I got deep. It kind of got my feelings, but I'm gonna let you go.
Also, watch the language. Don't use the K word. Use other words to express, please.
And brother, We appreciate the passion with which you speak, but this is information that is known.
It's not what?
It is known.
Okay.
This is not a surprise to those of us who are aware.
But a lot of
And
people
the
don't know,
issue
brother.
has been and being that those of us who are and have been aware have been silent for too long. Those lost generation of men you speak to, that's the height of the crack era and the attack on the black community. They pulled every young black man that had anything resembling drugs into the penal system and slapped a felony and federal charge on them, thereby negating any vote that they could ever have in the system. So while we understand, given your circumstances, the vision that you have, you are not alone in your vision, is what I am saying to you. And these moments right here are how we start to heal, recover, and repair. That's what we are here for, to help you and anyone else who might potentially have an issue we can do something about. Now, if I may take a slight side note, I know I have stated before that I am not a person of religious faith. This does not mean that I am not a person of spirituality and or karmic energy. Just like I will quote scripture, I will quote Islam. There are things from Islam I take, there are things from Buddhism I take. Because when the karmic energy that I vibrate at says these things are working in one accord, who am I to say no? And thus far through my journey, it has served me well, and you are able to listen to me speak. And if my words have any value to you, I appreciate that. But when I say I am not a person of religion, I mean I am not a person of the structure and the accolades and testaments that go with it. I don't agree. These are man-made things. These are not things that my karmic spirit says it requires. So even if you may believe that I am not a person of faith, I am very much a person of equality and spirituality for all of my brothers and sisters who are on the same karmic ride and vibration that we operate at.
Okay,
right now, that is where I think this panel would like itself to be. And I will land it right there.
Okay, let me ask this question.
Sorry to interrupt. I have to go. I just wanted to thank you guys for letting me speak, and I enjoyed listening to you guys. So I just wanted to say bye.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Let me ask this question to the panel. Okay, how can the FBA community create mechanisms to identify sleeper cells in key positions? How can the FBA community? Hold on, brother. What do I consider sleeper cells? For example, I consider people like Obama, who come into power and make us think he's a black man and that he has affinity towards us. But when he gets in office, he only helps a certain group and not his people. So what type of mechanisms can we do to identify like the Kamalas, who are sleeper cells, and get them out of key position and make sure they never even get to cross that, even get close to anything of that type of power and magnitude? What can we do to put in place? What type of mechanism can we have to identify these people? Because they are a problem in our community. Anybody can answer. Go. Don't all come off mute. I know I'm asking some serious questions, but I want an answer. I want to know, what can we do to to identify these people so they don't get into power? Okay, I'll go. Rebi,
I'm here.
what can we do?
Well, one of the things that I came up with, which we're actually working towards now, is making more awareness in the actual community, because it started with the local Senate. These people didn't just make it the presidency. A lot of these people we elected into our local Senate, so statewide. So we have to start there first and start weeding them out there. Because once you get that defense together, then you can start working your way up to the Congress. Because you got a whole different a whole different breed of animal once you get to Congress. That's where you get the whole debates where, well, this party was in office, so they didn't push these things. So it's now tit for tat. But in the local division, the first place where we can start is directly with the people who we are voting into our local states as our governors and mayors and political figures that are supposed to be representing us. That's why I keep referring back to what happened in California with the whole catastrophe that happened with the Black Caucus. A lot of us, including myself, was unaware that the individuals who represent that community or that particular group it's like literally none of us in it. So that's a problem. And it wouldn't be a problem if we were being supported by our other dark nations. Nobody would probably care. But because of how things have rolled, and we're really realizing, oh my goodness, we put these people in office, they're not even speaking for us, or they're trying to make it seem like it's a free for all. That needs to stop. Also recently, and then I'm gonna land my plane. I watched something on YouTube. I think his name is Phil Scott, and they were showing there was a gentleman who was representing again one of the American islands. For some reason, this person was at a daggone he was a professor at a college, but he was asked to come up and speak about reparations for generationally born Americans, which has nothing to do with him. And it just so happened the reason why Phil Scott was responding to it is because a woman called in while this man was being interviewed and was saying how reparations was handed out when the 1965 movement happened. And he didn't even know the history. And when she put him in check, he actually got offended. Well, I came here when I was 21, and so I know. No, you don't. And why would you even agree to take on that interview knowing that you have nothing to do, one, respectfully, with reparations that is supposed to be happening in this country for generationally born people who have that attached to them? But it's crazy. And that's where when you talk to individuals from other countries, they're not understanding. Well, I don't understand. We're supposed to be one group. No, but you don't have a right. That's like me going to your country and saying, well, we know that these things happen, but I don't think they should get this, and this because I'm here and I've been living here for 20 years and, my feet have been on the ground. You should have never taken that interview. And this is where the issue is coming in. This is how the situation happened with 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. He was talking about reparations. Somehow that turned into you had a few people from the continent calling in, trying to give their intake on how reparations should be broken down and what needs to be handed out. How are you speaking on something that you're not eligible for, nor do you have the history attached to it? And that's where the issue is coming in. So in my understanding, we need to start at baseline. The individuals who are coming into Congress are coming from the local Senate first, because remember, they work their way up the ladder. Some people are blessed to already be there and be able to get those higher positions, but the local has to go ahead and move forward. And us as the people, we need to get our organizations together within our communities and start educating people. When we say separate, it needs to happen. It's nothing personal, but we have always in this country been the get it done people when it comes down to what we need in our country. We cannot speak for what the American Islanders are doing. We cannot speak for what the people are doing on the continent. But over here, we know what our enemy is and we know what we're battling, and you keep them close. So we know which white tea people are working with us and which ones aren't. We know how this country was put together. We know our history in this country. Even when we have the few of us that get up here in these platforms and start saying stuff, we know that you are not educated in that specific topic. That's why we shut down the gentleman earlier, not the good one from the islands, the other one, where he was talking all that craziness. We do read. We've been reading. We do know the educational system is flawed in this country. That is just an American in general. And we also know within our communities, whether you're dark indigenous, whether you're 𝗖𝗓𝗓𝗂𝘁, whether you're ADOS, whether you're identifying as African American, Black American, or just American, we know our history in this country and we know what we need to do to execute it. And it starts in your local state first. Once you get those people out of office and put the people in that can represent you and what you believe in and what you're trying to move forward on, then we can start weeding them out completely. And that'll change the whole tune.
Let me ask you
I'm done.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I enjoy hearing you speaking. I'm watching the panel. They're enjoying hearing you speaking. One of them asked, would you run for office? Would you run for office?
If the opportunity is given to me, because I'm very passionate. This is my country. This is where I'm from. I'm generationally born on this continent. I am of mixed ancestry. I'm a dark indigenous and I'm American. This is us. And a lot of people don't understand that, because you hear people, they get upset about how the system or the government is working, but we created this government. Also, if you know the history, you understand even the white tea people who came over here from their countries in Europe, they were not treated well over there. So when people come over here and they start saying things like, do Black Americans have privilege? They don't understand. We did not create privilege in this country. We created a lifestyle in this country for us to be comfortable based off of what we were dealing with in other countries. So when the white tea Americans who are generationally born on this continent put this country together, they put it together so that they wouldn't have to deal with the stuff that they dealt with in their own country. And we are the original dark nation that was here when this country was put together. And if you start tracing your ancestry, some of us aren't even identified as what they're calling us today. Because when you start tracing genealogy and doing your DNA, that gives a whole nother perspective to where you identify at and where you fit in. You got people who are comfortable, or you got people who are not educated in the topic. I'm not going to take it away from people that they're not educated. They're just not educated in that topic. But we have to start with local first, meaning get our groups within our communities to start educating the flocks. There's people there. And we also got to do something with the NAACP. These people need to get out of here too. That was created, and they're not doing anything.
I'm sorry, but I'm laughing at the mentioning them. I'm sorry, that useless piece of
when I say it's nothing personal, it's nothing personal. So even with those in the comments that's not generationally born on this continent, just know this is not a direct attack on you all. We're cleaning house.
So, Rebe, let me ask you
this. The roosters are coming home to clock.
Let me say this right quick, Too Much. Let me say this. Rebe, I agree with you. I would only add it slightly in that you say it's in the Senate area, and I would say it's even more in depth more ingrained than that, or more dug in than that. It's your local dog catcher who's running an election, who's well-funded, running an election for a useless position. And he moves up in that useless position to a city council seat. He moves that city council seat up and up. But in every step, he's completely well funded and gets none of his money from the community. That's how you
Big
can
facts.
tell he's a bought and paid for thing.
Big
Exactly.
facts. And that's where the problem starts. Before we even get to the Senate, we have to get the local involved
So
and
let
we
me
need to
ask
get
you
the
this
communities
question.
involved. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this, because I think we got a candidate. I think we got a potential candidate.
Go ahead.
So what position would you run for first? What do you think you would be most effective at? What do you think where can we place you at in a strategic position that'll benefit our lineage and benefit this country? Where would you start?
Well, first, I'm going to be honest with you. I would start out as an activist. I'm already actively in my community because you have to spread awareness. That even myself, I'm admitting I had no clue until that whole catastrophe happened over in California that none of those people were any of us. And it's nothing wrong if they were assisting. Nobody would have anything to say. But that was just disrespectful. You can't even, if it was us in there, even if Governor Newsom or whatever his name is, because they're saying they thought, but you didn't try. And that was just the craziness of it. And with us, we're fighters. All of the dark nations are fighters. But when it comes down to us, we're speaking specifically about our country first. So locally, I would start there because the more that you educate the population within your community, the better suited they are when they go do their votings at the poll. No, I don't want this person in office because they're not representing us. That's why you're seeing the rift now with the presidency. We got two people running for office right now that if you listen to their talking points, regardless of your feelings, if you take your feelings out of it, one is directly speaking about foreign affairs and the other one is speaking about home. And then we're caught in the middle of it because some of us don't want to vote for either one, but then others are saying you have to. Also, you got to keep in mind too, when you talk to older generations, a lot of them are stuck. They actually created this environment and now we're fixing it. Because when everything happened in the 60s and 40s and 50s, they were young people. So you're looking at your grandparents and great grandparents, if they're still alive, that created this environment. And they didn't mean any harm when they did it. But now
They
we're
couldn't
realizing
foresee
the
it. They
rippling
didn't know
effects
what they
from it.
were leaving on the floor.
Bingo. And now that we're looking at the rippling effects of things. They were so busy they were united because it was a cause and everybody was on the same page. But now, once you start looking at the rippling effects of what they did, they're not willing to admit that, you know what? At the time we thought it was a good idea, but it's not a good idea. They're still stuck. And these people respectfully are going to pass away. And now that mess has been left to us. The same way that somebody just mentioned about the epidemic that started real heavy in the 70s and 80s. We're dealing with the generations of that. The Brenda had the babies and everybody having their babies young and then some people not going to school. So now that's starting to be reversed because we're seeing. The good thing is it did not take 4, 5, 1,000 years for us to realize it. It's been 70 years? I'll give it a good 70 years. So that was enough time for the freedom fighters to do their part when they were young. And a lot of them are now starting to pass away. We still had a few left. But it has to start with the local first, because the more that people are educated and read up on what's going on, the easier it is for them to go in and make right decisions for themselves. It's not a biased thing. Each dark nation is its own entity. And we got to stop saying we're united. The only way that we unite is after everybody respects each other's nations and understands. If I say I'm American, I'm American. If you saying you from the islands, that's what you are. If you're from Africa, that's what you are. And stop trying to say that when it's convenient to you that you are a part of our community because you want to see what we're going to do next. That's like people that have unions at their jobs. The only time they invest it is when it's something they getting out of the union. Other times when those people are pleading for you to come to their meetings and stuff, I catch up with them later.
I think we got a candidate, and I think we got a party, foundational American.
So I'm about to go, but too much. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. When we talk about self reparations, first, I'm speaking to you too, Ruby. The thing is, before you can contend with any high power of politics and government, you have to look at yourself. Everybody repaired themselves. The Italians and so-called Jews, all these people repaired themselves, but they got aid from also the government. What I'm saying, man, we have to begin to repair ourselves. And the way you do that, how you check and vet, is that you have everybody put their money where their mouth is. It doesn't matter you have amongst us rich or poor. If they're really for the cause, they will put toward that reserve that you create for reparations, self-reparations. And then what you can do is begin to do studies and case studies. If you need to do background checks, if you need to be lineage, if we want to talk about lineage, do lineage check. Most people are afraid of this. When we start talking like this, you got people in politics and so-called other things that get afraid. Because what I was telling you about self-reparation, it's going to start first. That has to be the engine. Because what happens is, you're demanding respect. You're demanding from the world because we're repairing ourselves, and it's monetary because we begin to invest in ourselves. So all of the money that we're spending on things we don't need to be spending on, we're putting toward a real cause. And that's why I said, and I'm appealing to you too much because you would have to formulate a think tank and that board to be able to come up with the necessary officers and treasure people to account for that and to hold those funds, and we can build billions.
Let me say this. Listen, this is something that I'm well versed in financial literacy. Okay.
Okay.
So let me say it like this: we will need wealth managers. I think it is wise to have people that we trust manage our money and make sure it grows. That we're investing towards our candidate that we're going to run, toward any type of think tank that we're going to have. We need to have administration. We need to have an administration that can facilitate the money that we bring in and make it highly visible so that people know where that money's going and what's being done with that money. What's money being placed in what account? And we need to have wealth managers grow that money that's just sitting there, because money's just sitting there is not being used, right? But
what I'm saying to you, I'm saying I know what you. I know. I got you. I'm saying it's not just sitting there per se, but what I'm saying is it's been accounted for while we're coming up with, like you say, you're coming up with security measures. You're coming up with viable investment concepts, and you know what I mean.
Right.
Yes.
So I think we have a name for our party, Foundational American Party. I think we need to run under that, and that's still inclusive to Americans, but it's also going to be reparation friendly. It's also going to take care of and address a lot of Black American issues. But we're not going to discount other Americans. But I think we have a party, and I think we have a candidate that we can run in the future sometime soon. And what state are you in, Rebe? What state are you in? Are you in California?
No, sir. I live on the East Coast. I'm actually representing Maryland.
Can you move to California, please?
I'll come visit you. I have family over there.
You just move out here. Move on out here. Come on over to the best coast, the West Coast. You know what I'm saying?
Quit being greedy, man. Quit being greedy. Quit being greedy.
We got to get
Shout out
well
to Maryland for taking
country.
our sister from us.
You will be surprised. Before you start going off the continent, go make sure that you visit your states. We go on vacation in each other's states. That's how big. I don't think people realize how big the United States is, or the Americas. We go to visit. Where are you going for vacation? California. Okay, that's where I went.
Hey, let me tell you, everybody who's vacationing in California, they want to move here. So come on over and visit.
Yeah. Get active, start educating yourself.
We might have a house already for you out
history
here.
of each one of your states too.
We might do some house shopping for you while you come out here now.
It is what it is.
Let me put this out to the family or the panel right quick.
Go ahead, cousin.
Let me put this out to the panel right quick, because the idea of a universal map or a universal standing point. There was a time when we had the Green Book. Instead of the Green Book, how about if someone in their state, wherever you might be, do a political watch and a political inform, so that you can let the community know these are the moves that are being made. And then whenever one wants to move, you can go, check out the information that they further be able to provide. But it's just an idea, panel. That's all it is. It's just
That's
an
a powerful
idea.
idea, but it can be infiltrated too easily, and that type of information would be too valuable.
Well, the idea is the information is going to get used. So whether it gets out or not is irrelevant. The point is to have the information coming from a central point rather than coming from a scattered, rather than coming from scattered sources, that a central trusted point.
No, I get it. It's a great idea. I see for as well as we could use that for our benefit, that could definitely be turned against us. If I could, I don't know.
Hold on. You don't got no face. You ain't got no name. Like, who are you?
Huh? For me?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Are you a
I
foundation?
don't see no face on you. What you?
That's.
I think I can't show a face. It won't let me do. It won't let me do.
What he's saying is, are you FBA, brother?
Oh yeah, I am indigenous to this land. As a matter of fact, I will tell you how I am indigenous. I am of the bloodline of Powhatan, indigenous to this land. So yeah, I'm direct lineage.
I'm also Powhatan.
Really? I'm following you because you're my people. What's good?
Hello.
There we go. So we got a foundational American party that we're going to be starting soon. Probably sometime this year, 2025, and we're going to be building it up. And we expect our people to show up when we have it ready. We're gonna make sure our people that we are our security for our people, not them. So any candidate that we run, we're gonna make sure they got proper security and safety, so they're able to do their job to the utmost. And we're gonna fund them so they don't need to take outside money. They don't need to get bribed by anybody. We're lobbying for our own grassroots leaders to be instilled and put in places where they can be suitable for our people, right? So I'm all for that. We need to get that started. Again, like I said, that's why the think tank is extremely important. And we got to start paying attention to the grass. I like that you're down. We got to start paying attention to the grassroots. We have to start running our own. We have phenomenal people. If y'all been listening to this girl, I heard somebody say this is the Rebe show. I don't care. I'm happy. I love to hear our sisters speak with articulation like that and with understanding and can nail that information and drive it home. I love it. We need more. We need more men. We need more women running in office. Now we can't look at the presidency yet. Not yet. But we're gonna get there. Our goal is to eventually have a president of the United States that's one of us. You understand? That is gonna be liberation. That is going to be better than any Obama or any Special K when we have one of our own sitting at the highest seat in this country. No more of these performative actors. No more of this symbolism that's going on. We need our own. And that's why we got to gatekeep everything, y'all. If it doesn't come from us, we don't trust it. Naturally, that should be our mind. The same way these foreigners come over here and they don't trust us, we don't trust them. They're not one of us. They're not part of our tribe. They don't have the understanding or the sympathy for our people that we have, or the empathy for our people that we have. Nobody's going to take care of us better than us. So none of us should be slandering each other at all. None of us should be trying to cut each other's neck off. We should be trying to heal one another. We should put honey on our lips when speaking to our lips. We should have grace for everyone. Nobody's going to be perfect. Everybody's going to get mad. Everybody's going to get triggered. Everybody's going to get emotional. So we need to have grace. We need to have grace for one another. We need to go back to loving one another. We need to go back to feeding the whole block. We need to go back to going to grandma's house and she got 1,000 plates ready to feed the community, not just us. We need to go back to the village mentality. We got to love each other, y'all.
We don't got nobody else. There's nobody out there that's going to rescue us. There's nobody out there that's going to empathize with. There's nobody out there that's going to give us a handout or give us anything. We have to provide our own solutions. We have to provide our own jobs for our people. We have to provide our own businesses, and we have to support them. And we got to provide our own candidates, run them, and support them. Whether they win or not, we ride with them. We run them again. We put together another plan and we run them again. We start getting strategic. That's what the think tank is going to be about. The think tank is going to be like, okay, we ran it this way and we wasn't successful. How can we run it again? We need to start putting together super PACs and all that. Eventually, all that. We got to get on board and we got to start buying up these politicians until we're able to run our own and put them in places of power. And that's how we got to be, y'all. We got to get these agent of provocateurs, these sleeper cells, these shields out of our business. They're always going to be watching. They're always going to be listening, but we can't have them around us. We can't have them in our spaces for too long. When we recognize them, we get them up out of here. All my mods, if y'all see any agent of provocateurs, any type of shield, if you sense that, I give you free reign. Get them up out of here.
Yeah, Mac needs to go.
Even if it's an accident and they're not, we'll deal with it later. I rather us be kicking them out than letting them in, and they cause division and all this type of destruction. Y'all got my mods. I give y'all a lot of leeway, mods. I give y'all a lot of leeway. Do it. If you feel like somebody is bringing down the conversation, kick them out. Unless I say bring them back, kick them out. Get them up out of here. We gotta be in unity. Now, I don't mind the melanated family listening in. I don't mind it. I want y'all to listen. I want y'all to see how phenomenal Black Americans are and how we come together and how we do things. I want y'all to see it. And I want y'all to take notes, not to work against us, but to work with us. Y'all need, the only way you're going to be liberated, hear me out, it's not going to be with the colonized mindset. You're never going to liberate yourself that way. It's only going to be with the Black consciousness. So you might as well try to get some of it. Get some of this ism that we have. Let it rub off on you. Let it not be hate.
We want this to be fertile soil, people. Yes. We want this to be fertile soil producing great fruit and abundant fruit.
And we got giants, man. We got giants within our community, man. And we just got to stand behind them. We got to let them know that we're behind them so they don't feel like they're on their own. See, a lot of times, y'all remember Tupac, right? Tupac would say, man, listen, I'm down for my people, but the moment my people aren't down for me, I'm not down for them. That's how a lot of people feel. They ride, but when they look back, none of our people are supporting them. Why? Stop spending your money on Gucci, on all these name brands. Stop visiting, patron all these white business and white restaurants, and go if you want to do something, go to your Black American restaurant and go on a date there. Go take your family there. Stop always trying to run to Nobu or all these other high-end expensive places. No, go find your people and support your people. That's what you need to do. Stop Christmas time.
If you got $10, go support Marcel Dixon.
Yeah.
If you got $10, go support Marcel Dixon for Congress running against Jim Clyburn.
There you go. Now we got to get that.
Now I know somebody out there got $10. They ain't doing nothing with, and they getting ready to jack off. Excuse my
So here. I think he has a website. He has to where if you want to support him, you can buy some of his Freedman gear. I think it's AmericanFreedman.com. I don't know. Somebody look it up, but he has a e-commerce store that you guys can all patronize and get. At least if you're going to give him something, you get like a little token, a T-shirt, a mug, a pen, something. But you're donating and giving to this brother's campaign so he can win. And the same thing when it's time for Rebe to run. Oh, we need a supporter. The support needs to come from this room first. So you got at least 135 people in here that can support her. At least that. So when she runs,
and let me get this one because I didn't get it out before.
I'm not gonna let you forget. I done heard you say it. I'm
in. It's just that, like you said, I'm sorry, cousin, uncle. It's what it is. You have a collective of people already on this panel. We've had many people come through the panel today and throughout the last couple of weeks since I've been connected with your live. You are one of the few. The unique thing is there's other people who started off doing what you're doing, and then the lives got derailed and they ended up in a different direction to keep the views. Right now, you know, the president. Yeah, right now what we have is, you see how people are campaigning super hard for the two presidencies. They are making their voices heard. Listen, vote for this person. Listen, vote for that person. Ever since the elections have come up, it's an overflux of people who those may not even be their main topic, but they've switched over to that. So when you were asking, yeah, it starts with the local too, but platforms like this, YouTube, anywhere where if you can pay for the advertisement, wonderful. But if you can get on platforms like this, I don't even want to promote them, but X as well, because it allows you to get what we're trying to do across. And trust me, when Tariq said at Foundational Black Americans, it was like the call of the Thundercats. When you had the people who are in
Say it again, sister. Wait. I like that one. Say that again.
When you say tsunami, it was the call of the Thundercats. You got a young lady in the live now that speaks Tut. It was people, she's young. You got adults who knew about this. And once it came out, it hit like fire because people were either misinformed, knew about it, wasn't aware of it. I was like, oh, I know that. My grandmother used to speak that. Also, when you go into the different groups that represent us as Americans that are generationally born on this continent, because you have to respect each group. If you're Creole, American Creole, if you're Sulani, if you're ADOS, if you are foundational Black American, if you're just identifying as American and you have the lineages here and you're from any of the dark nations, dark indigenous, that's all of those people who represent the Black or dark indigenous community. Black, Native Americans, Afro-Indigenous, they are a whole group to be reckoned with by themselves. When all of us are all in the same room, we're speaking the same thing. We're also under one umbrella, which is we are all generationally born Americans to this country that was put together in 1776. And then half of us, when we trace our lineage back, was here before that. Whether we came through the American slave trade or whether we were generationally born on this continent from before that. So when it comes down to having our voices heard, it is time. People are tired. The good thing is it's not taking long at all for people to figure out where the issue is coming in. So when you have the reparations rallies or when you have local people who are talking about this type of history and walking you through the history and bringing you up to speed, get active. I don't mean go out there and play with pum-pums. Get active. And that's where the problem is coming in, because we got people who are coming from other dark nations. They're not undermining us. They're doing what they've always done. My goal was to come over here and get the money that I need to support my own family. They're doing that. Now, the issue is coming in is they're stepping out of their communities and starting to talk like the group, not all white tea people, but that one group that feels like everybody is underneath them. Not realizing now we have to put those people, not all of those communities, just those individuals back in check on, wait a minute, partner.
No more cuts, sister. No more cuts. That's what we're saying. No more cuts. So the end of the line is back there. Okay. That's what we're saying.
That's what, and you don't, and one more thing I want people to understand. I don't have no issues with anybody coming over here and making their money. What I want people to understand is stop giving your energy to these negative conversations. Stop going tit for tat with people. We do not, even from the dark indigenous community, we do not have to justify to anybody who we are. All you have to do is watch us work, because that's what we've been doing. Watch me work. What's happening is people are starting off with these good topics. They're getting derailed. You have individuals that you clearly know. It's not that they're not educated. They're just not educated in a topic. And before you know it, you go from being the respectable lady that you are or respectable gentleman, and now you're stooping to a level to go back and forth with them, calling each other names, talking about what this person has going in their country. When you deal with what I've learned with people from the continent, you have to show them
if you're going to go into that type of topic and go toe to toe with them, you have to show them with facts and evidence. That's how they operate. They don't, you could talk all day long to those people. You have to literally show them, and that shuts them down. American Islanders, they're not really a big problem, but it's easier to deal with them because they kind of have the same history, but it's just in different divisions. But when it comes down to us, stop giving your energy. Stop calling these people names. Stop calling them. They saying we was calling them African booty scratchers, even though we know that's not all of them. They jump on each other and they start saying the same thing. And you got ones that never even made it over here. Oh, y'all was calling us African booty scratchers while they on the continent. So we know it's not true. Focus on keep your eye on what we're trying to do. Right now, we got a group of dark nations that have been brought over here by us, not white tea, by us, that's standing in our way while we're trying to get things done. So that's why we're separated. That's all you have to explain. Stop going back and forth with these people. You're arguing with people who legitimately don't know the history over here. Now, what does also need to stop is where some of our people who are higher up, that we have access to, need to hop on with these individuals who are having these news lives and interviews with individuals who do not represent us. Like I mentioned earlier with the gentleman from the islands. This is a whole Jamaican professor that was on there trying to explain why we are not eligible for reparations because we got it in the 1960s, which is not true. Or what happened with, again, I'm going to say it. If you go back, you'll find it. 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐻 was talking about reparations, had nothing to do with what was going on with anybody else's country. And if you've ever seen any of his movies, you'll know he's definitely promoted the continent. But he was talking about reparations, and you had on his podcast a bunch of people from the continent on there arguing with him about how they felt like, keyword, they felt like generationally born Americans shouldn't receive reparations. It has nothing to do with, those are the people they need to check. Because I'm not understanding why they're even allowed to even get up there to have the platform to even speak on an issue that has nothing to do with them.
Rebbe, can I address your point?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please. Like you're bringing up fantastic points. The host was asking before, what are things that can be solutions to this problem? And it's this is the issue that I seldom hear people in the movements talk about. In the 1980s, we officially moved into an economy, a power base that was clearly based in intellect, the ability to acquire information and to come up with new sources and new ideas. What's gone wrong in our community, and it's a very simple thing, but it's very profound. We're not addressing it. Reading. Our people don't read for information. And that reading has power. That reading allows you to go into the mode of synthesis, to generate new ideas, to understand bias, and to weed out some of these issues and some of these false ideologies that are floating around that are hampering the abilities of the community. The ability to
Mr. Ellis, how old are you?
I am 50. I'm a professor.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
Go ahead and finish because I want to respond to that.
Just a question.
So what I'm seeing on a lot of these lives, with a lot of people who come in very passionate on issues, but they don't come in fully versed in those issues. They don't come in reading studies. They don't come in having read books on the issue. They come in on their emotions. If we start getting to our people where reading is in vogue and we're acquiring power through intellect, so when we build things up, they stand. And I land my plane.
All right.
Did you want to respond or you want me to go, M?
No, sister, you can go ahead. I'll come behind you.
All right, I'm going to keep it short and brief because I know sometimes I can be long-winded. All right, Mr. Ellis, thank you for being a professor and educating the community. However, this is where I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you. We have been reading since day one. We have a whole language. There's a young lady that's a mod in the comment section now that speaks Tut. Tut, as you know, as a professor, which I believe you should know because I'm not going to insult your intelligence,
is a language that was created by us as a code language, and it was sounding to an extent, because I don't want to go too far into it, but it's sounding out. So when we say read, people are very misinformed. Even the people who we think are the most educated, a lot of us are very misinformed when it comes down to, do we read? When I listen to some of the reparations movements, you hear people who are involving themselves and giving their opinions by saying, oh, we need more education, we need this, we don't read. That's not true. The same way that people were indoctrinated into believing there's something called black on black crime. Every community has crime. It's every community. You're being bamboozled. All our people read. They may not be sitting specifically in your class, but our people have been reading. And I'm not delusional when I say that. There's more black scholars, I call them street scholars, sitting on a corner talking them facts than it is the ones in the actual,
classroom.
Bingo. I'm not saying that you don't have it. It might be the institution and where you're at, or it might be the individuals respectfully that you come into contact with. But we are definitely reading. And one thing that we've learned with reading is that we have definitely been boozled. Also, within the last 60 to 70 years, we also have noticed an influx of what our great-grandparents and grandparents did, thinking that other nations were coming in to assist us. And they're clearly in here, and they're being let loose, and they're running in opposite directions away from us, which we brought them in as numbers to assist us as the cavalry. So we got to stop saying that we don't read, because we do.
I'll agree with you.
I just had to say that because another gentleman came up earlier, and that is also, I know I know what you're trying to say, Mr. Ellis, but you don't realize when you say stuff like that, it's not a fact, one, and then two, other people from other groups, when they get to going back and forth and the throwing disrespectful slurs to each other, that's the first thing you say. Y'all don't read. Y'all stupid. Y'all don't know this, and that is clearly not true.
Let me refine what I'm trying to say. What I'd like to see is a movement of us really bantering back and forth with these ideas, so that when we're making plans, our plans are solid. And that
you want to be part of the think tank.
I would like to see. So
I mean, let's know, brother. I'm not trying to. I know I said it curtly, and I apologize for that. I apologize for the curtness of the interruption, but I'm not disagreeing with you in any way upon what you're saying. I'm just saying, in this particular, what you are advocating for, the position you're advocating for, is a member of the think tank.
I would like to advocate for,
and I'm not disagreeing with you that you should be, or someone of your caliber, someone with your expertise should be there. I agree.
We need thought leaders, y'all. We need brilliant minds to discuss and debate and banter, if you want to call it that, back and forth, and bounce ideas off each other's head of what we can do to mobilize as a people.
There's not a business in America that doesn't have an R&D department.
Come on.
I agree with you. I'm saying this because I've seen, when I work with my students, with my high schoolers, and I show them how the codes work. So I stay after school and I gather these young brothers and sisters and I show them how the codes work. And we go through and we start breaking them down, and they start coming up with genius, brilliant ideas. I would love to see this happen on a mass scale. When we have a culture that says we are going to deliver the codes. Here's how this works. Here's how you can decipher this concept.
You sound like a principal for a foundational Black American school to me.
I just got my
Are you a professor at a college, Mr. Ellis? Because you said professor, or are you a high school teacher? There's two different divisions within education. Because you came on saying you were a professor.
For my institution, I'm considered professor, but I do hold a master's degree. And
you don't have to explain your credentials. It's just that I noticed you said professor, and when I think of a professor, I'm looking at college level. So if you're teaching high schoolers, that's normally not the title, but progress.
They address me as professor. So I'm going with it.
There you go. Keep it moving, bro. No challenge. Keep it moving.
What I love to see is if our teenagers can start to unlock these codes, and if we're pushing, if we push our educational foundations and our ability to acquire information the way other agendas are pushed, they could come up with a lot of our solutions, and they would be the foundation base for it.
Let me say this, you guys. Let me say this.
I'm gonna say it one more time in case you didn't hear me the first time. You sound like the principal of the foundational Black American school.
Let me say this.
Now,
Hey, hold on.
Hear me out right quick. Just hear me out right quick. We got a future elected official, and now we got a principal for the school. What else we need next?
So Ellis, I have one question for you. I got one question for him. And when you did that with the students, your students, right, in terms of reading and code, now, did you prove that? Now, I know it was a theory originally when we observed them. And then when you went from the theory, you went to like a practical observation.
They proved it in practice.
What was the applicable observation? I'm talking about you and those students, because I work with like over 1,000 youth. So what was the applicable? Ultimate applicable, something that you can apply to measure the success. When did you notice that?
So I'll be specific about what happened. I went through. I did not do it in my classroom, but I did it after school as a project-based learning club, where the information and the concepts they applied, they put into action, and then they reached out to businesses, and now they're doing community service with those businesses. Almost in the same way that NASA will have collaborative programs with certain schools where the kids in those schools actually take data from the International Space Station, and they work out some of those conclusions and send it back to the space station. That's kind of what these kids are doing with this data.
Okay, let me say.
So you definitely need to be on the think tank there, because look, that's why I asked you that question.
Look, Ellis, let me ask you a question, Ellis.
I thought I was pretty clear.
Solve the problem by pushing.
Hold on, everybody. Let me let Creed ask. Go ahead, Creed.
Ellis, let me ask you a question. What question are you responding to on this panel?
The host some about an hour ago, I was in a doctor's appointment and I came back and was still on. The host had asked what things can we do to build up our ability to have some self-efficacy, and for me, the acquisition of knowledge and the ability for our people to think.
Hold on, host. Is that the question that you asked?
That's not the question I asked. This has always been my topic. I'll say what we did. I did allow.
We a little bit free flowing, brother.
Yeah, I did allow him to free flow a little bit, but this is the top. But I want to say this: when starting our schools that we are going to start, we need to think about the future, not the past. Let me say it again: when starting our school, we need to think about the future, not the past, because that's what we're preparing our children for, is the future. So in thinking about that, we need to look at, has anybody ever seen how Google runs their, has anybody ever been to the Google campus and see how these tech people are sitting on, what do they call those, beanie bags? And they have a relaxed type of environment, but it induces creativity in the minds of the people. We need to look at that when dealing with our children, and stop putting them in this colonial system, this industrialized educational system. We need to prepare them for the future, similar to what they're doing in China right now today, in Japan right now today. We need to think like that when dealing with our children, and we're teaching them, especially when we're passing this Black consciousness down. But we also, but here's the thing: we need scientists. We need more Black scientists. Okay,
please encourage that.
Yes, we need more people who are dealing with hypotheses and theories and actually solving problems that nobody else is solving.
Host, I don't want to stay up, but I want to give 2 more points, and then I'm going to jump off.
All right, go
ahead. To what you just said, there's a paper by a scholar. She's passed now. Her name is 𝗔𝗯់ She was up in Massachusetts, and she analyzed the school, a particular school district, and she noted, she actually pinned down how school districts do discrimination without being caught. The paper is called The Hidden Curriculum of Work. I urge all people who want to make any sort of moves in the area of intellectual based power to understand that paper. Jean Anion, I'm going to spell it out, Jean, Anion, Anyon. The paper is called The Hidden Curriculum of Work.
Yeah, that's the teaching. That's the teacher round. Yes.
And in that paper, it lays out how the same information can be taught on 4 different sociological levels to create a class system. It's one of the reasons why having an education system that's devoid of those issues is imperative in something like this.
Right. I just think when dealing with our children, we have to have the mindset for the future and not prepare them for jobs that are not even going to exist. Not prepare them for circumstances and conditions that no longer affect us. We need to raise our children and breed an environment that creates creativity, that creates innovation, and keeps our phenomenal energy and influence going. We got to pass that on to our children, y'all. So that's what I want to say.
Yeah, you're teaching them to become entrepreneurs. You teach them to be the world. You teach them to be leaders, world leaders.
That's really what the FBA school is about. It's about training kids to be leaders of the future. So whether you put them in public school or whether you homeschool them, there needs to be an FBA school in your area where you could send your kids there as a secondary school where they get leadership and development training there. We're going to talk about STEM. We're going to make sure we focus on the STEM, the science, the technology, the engineering, the math. We need to excel in that. We need to
and the history.
We need to. Oh yeah, definitely the history. We need
and
to
the arts.
And
do we need a building for that? But do we need a building?
Yes, to be honest with you, in all sincerity, yes, we do.
Hold on, time out. Think about what he just said. Do we need a building, or can we utilize the technology that we have, even while we don't have a building, to get
exactly?
So I'm for that. Go ahead,
host. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off. I think we need a combination of both. There's some people in the comments that are saying let's work at homeschooling. The reason why a lot of people want to do homeschooling is because their children are not actually being taught correctly. This is no shade to you, Mr. Ellis, because I know you're working with the teen division. What the issue is, when we're talking about local, it is time for us to put together our monies and start investing in our local community. But we need someone to set it off. And that's where the issue is coming in. We have a lot of people who are starting the flame, but the flame is fizzling out. So if you get us, we're very good with promoting each other when it comes down to a movement that makes sense. But the reason why a lot of people want to pull their children out of school is because, let's keep it 100. The only thing really right now that the kids really need to know in school is reading, writing, and arithmetic. Everything else is bullcrap.
The trivium.
Realistically, everything else is bullcrap. And then from there, once we can create the environment that we need, then people will feel more comfortable with reintroducing their youth or their babies back into the school system, because we have our own schools that our kids can learn from. You can do it online. Some parents are literally taking the option and doing homeschooling because they don't want the foolishness. They want their kids to know what they need to know and focus. A lot of the kids that we have in our community that's being identified as not being able to learn on the so-called quote unquote average level that they're supposed to learn on, those children sometimes are being left behind because there's no child left behind policy, when really if you can just get them into smaller units, like they don't have to be in a level 5 class, but you get some of those kids in the smaller units, find out what the issue is and execute from there. And then you have to find staff that are willing to be patient and work with those kids, because inspiration doesn't start overnight. Exactly. Some people, they're born with it, and some people, it develops over time. So if they're not at the adequate reading level, get them there. Focus specifically on that kid.
You also have to make the parents aware too. There's a way to talk to people without making them feel like they didn't do their part. There's also a way, we got to get on point with this dress code. Everything, it's okay if the kids like their music and stuff, but when you come to school, it's business. That's where you see a lot of times where you have the islanders and the children that are coming over from Africa, because over there, they don't play with that. You're going to school in this uniform. The girls, all their hair is cut short. So it's not about vanity. I'm not saying we have to necessarily do that. But if you have a healthy girl, she should not be walking around with a skirt where when she bends over, her whole backside is showing. So we have to
Discipline is not the enemy of intelligence.
Yeah. So we have to get back on uniform. Like I said, the kids can listen to whatever they want to when they get out of school, but when they're in class, it needs to be taken serious. What's happening right now is our kids are going to universal schools, and you're getting other kids who are in there that are behaving based off of bad parenting. So you're trying to figure out why Timmy and Jennifer is not doing what they're doing. Well, they were such sweet kids because they're being exposed to everybody else's bad parenting. That's why a lot of people are starting to pull their kids out of school too. Not because of what C-19 happened. And then people think the parents that are educating their kids at home is crazy. Well, they belong in school so that they can be social. Schooling is not about being social. It can be social once you understand the whole understanding of what you're there for. But reality is the kids need to understand that it's on business. When you go to school, the same way we go to work every day, whether we want to be there or not, we know we have to be there. Unless you were born with the silver spoon in your mouth, you have to go to work. So the kids have to be taught from the ground up when they're little how important education is. The other issue is when you get into school, the curricula is off. We're learning about stuff that has nothing to do with school. And why are the kids learning about Greek mythology? That is a whole religion that was based off of Roman Greek mythology or Greek mythology over in another country on another continent. Has nothing to do with our curriculum. So some of the stuff, when you look at what they're learning, is bullcrap.
I'd like to jump on top of what Reba said once again.
Hold on. Hold on. See, the question I asked you earlier was what's the show like, with how off topic we've gotten, and we've had a good conversation, but we've gotten off topic from the question that was being passed around. So when sometimes, like when it's passed to me, and I'm trying to get it back on topic, it seems like I'm off topic because the conversation been out for a long time.
Well, I think the question, the reason why I brought it up.
Yeah, the topic was surrounding around. Now I almost forgot myself now. Tethers, infiltrators into the community. But if you could respond, if you could repeat the topic of the question that was being passed around, host.
Well, I say let them finish the complete thought first, brother.
You said what?
Let them complete the thought first.
Well, the thought. I mean, we got to get up. We got to get back on topic somehow.
Well, it's relative. It's relative to it. It's relative to what we're talking about.
Hold on.
Relevant to the conversation.
This is how we got off topic, right? We got excited. Okay, we had a jolt of inspiration and innovation and articulation in this room, and it came from Reba. Okay, and she was on topic when she was talking, and then she took us down. She got deep, and we were all in the chat. Everybody on the panel, we was rocking with her. And then someone said she needs to run off.
I'm liking her.
And that's how we got where we at. And that's why I'm allowed. Listen, this is building. Sometimes we build upon thought. We don't always stay in the think tank. I get it. This is kind of like a think tank right now, if you want to be honest.
Yeah.
But I've allowed it because it's interesting. It's needed. It's exciting. It's waking me up. I'm falling asleep a little, but I'm woken up now. I'm feeling that energy again. Cause y'all don't know. I can't sleep 8. Some people can sleep 8 hours. I can only sleep 5 to maybe 6 hours. That's all I get.
I wanted to tell you guys.
This is Black Intellectual Gen X talk.
Yeah. So this is exciting for me, and I see everybody still in the room. They're not bored. They're still here. We got 123 people. This is interesting, so we got to go with it. And I like where it's going.
Host, can I explain why I think
get
it's
it. We're
over?
still on topic because we still got to keep this the main thing. We got to keep these people away from us. These people got to get out. We have to design mechanisms.
Yeah,
We have to make sure we don't get infiltrated. We got to make sure that we call out the cosplayers, we call out the tethers. That it becomes so loud that they're embarrassed to even do this performative cosplaying that they be doing. Okay, this performative acting that we got to make it be shameful even. Okay, we have to come up with things that when they start talking, we automatically recognize based on their speech pattern, based on their conversation, that they're a tether. We got to know. Y'all got to get familiar with the colonial mindset. Whenever you hear something, that colonial mindset, that is the total opposite of black consciousness, of black thought and black thinking. I'm gonna keep saying this. The only way we're gonna liberate our people is with the black consciousness. Nothing else. We cannot adopt their mentality. They can only adopt ours. And that's it. But we got to call it out. And we have to have a system in place that identifies who's who.
I think I have an idea about that.
Okay.
Piggybacking off Miss Reeby and Professor Ellis, when they were talking about the education. So in my particular area, I have several friends who have decided that they were going to homeschool. So what happens when you choose a curriculum, a homeschool program that's approved, the funds that would normally be used for your child to attend public school goes into that program. If FBA had a curriculum and get approved, those money could be channeled into online, which would make it across the U.S. all students, FBA foundational students. I don't think we could really word it like that.
Tapping like that. Y'all tapping. Is that you again?
I'm sorry. It's a habit. I apologize. Let me stop while I talk. I apologize.
I forgot that's what you do. You did that last time.
I get so used to doing it, and okay. I'll stop for a second.
I thought it was you, cousin. I muted your mic. I'm sorry, brother. Because sometimes cousin do it too. Cousin will be in there and just
because I'm just so used to sitting there and making sure it gets done. Okay. So piggybacking off of the education, if it's online, if the think tank has a segment that is about education and keeping it online, getting it registered, setting it up the way you want to set it up, like charter schools do that decided to flip to online. All the funds that will be used for kids at the public school are channeled into the homeschool program that their parents have chosen for them. And this could be done. It's feasible. I mean, because we have so many people in our community with masters in education and all that good stuff. And I don't even think it has to just be masters in education. It could be masters and BAs and everything across the board, because that's what's needed. And therefore, enrollment could be across the whole U.S. And those funds could be channeled in, because that's what parents are opting for that. Parents are absolutely opting for that. They don't want their kids being influenced. They don't want, we doing better in life. I sent my kids to private school because I had to, just because I had to, for a higher graduation rate. And if we can find options for the future and online, just become natural and normal, and we could teach them what we want them to know. It could be part education, part trade, part, all that, what we, self-help, growth, innovation, agriculture, everything.
We need to bring back mentorship and apprenticeship into our curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's time that we rewrite. We do our own curriculum for our own people.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Curriculum for our own people. We need to include mentorship and bring back apprenticeship. We need to raise the next. We need to think about this. Predecessor. That should be big in our schools.
Yep.
Predecessor. Who's up next? That's the mentality. We are going to raise the next president of the United States. We're going to raise the next congressman of the United States. We're going to raise the next scientist, the next Nobel Peace Prize winner. It's coming from our grassroots, from our children. We need to make sure our children are more in. They're going to say this is going to be what the dominant side is going to say. They're going to say foundational Black Americans have high IQ, are smart, are brilliant, just even more brilliant than Asians and Nigerians Whatever they want to do to divide. Our kids need to be the next runner, the next leaders of the world, because we got to get them ready to replace this system of injustice when we replace it with a system of justice. We have to have leaders, and our children need to be in place, in position to take over the infrastructure when they got to leave it.
We got to get them laws. We got to get them laws known too, because we're not free right now, and that's the biggest thing. Is we're still operating underneath that system. As long as once we start learning our laws and knowing how to talk to some of these people, because what they do is they throw legalese at us. So when they throw the legalese at us and we don't understand what they're saying, then that's how we get caught up. Once we can start learning the jargon, learning the laws, and knowing how to
That's
move.
not necessarily the case, brother. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to slightly disagree with you in this particular case, because we haven't, if you've been listening for a minute.
No, I just got on here. I just got on. So
I know. I meant if you've been listening to us for a minute, we've had several different conversations with several different groups of cats and kittens who have come in. And in one of these conversations, we've had our legal brothers and sisters step in and speak. And to be honest with you, what he said clearly was, my personal financial life took precedent over the greater cause. So the idea of knowing the laws is not really the issue. We know the laws. You're not necessarily, you're not in a position when you know the laws to be able to influence the laws, because you do not have any backing that you can fall back to. So you're literally torn between the bread on my table and my brothers. That is a horrid position for them to be placed in, and it is a horrid position for us to look at them in, but it is the positions that we are in. So it's not that we don't know the laws. We've already had our scholars on the courts.
Hold on.
They've never worked in our favor in this position.
But it's not the law. I'm talking about for us to learn ourselves, so that we can get the rightful things that are given to us.
Before we jump to another space, let me just say this. Listen, one of the things that I think we need to be known for is we need to change these contracts and make them more clear and fair and readable for our people. We could spearhead that. We could change the whole contract with all these little legalities and small fine print. No, we're not going to do that in our community. We're going to make it plain. We should be leading and making contracts, because let's keep it real. Black people, especially in the entertainment industry, especially in music industry, especially in arts, especially in business, we have a problem with the contracts. The contracts are not fair for us.
Exactly, and that's the same thing with the contracts of life, of the land.
We need to spearhead in making contracts clear and concise for our people to understand, so they know what they're getting into. So when people do business with us, they know exactly who they're getting in business with. Based on the contract, they know it's going to be fair, it's going to be laid out, appropriately the way it's supposed to be, and things are going to be done in decency and order. So I get that. We definitely need to do something like that. But if we're staying back on topic, because I hear you, Creed. This is the question: what are we going to do?
Host,
Creed, let me say this before. Let me say this before, because I'm getting ready to drop. I'm getting ready to drop, fam.
Let me go ahead and speak. I've been waiting. Let me go ahead and speak.
I know, and go ahead, brother.
We're closer to the topic, because and and see, I wrote just a few things down, because I'm gonna be quick so somebody else can talk. But what I didn't write down was staying on topic, and it's very important in these conversations in Black spaces that we stay on topic. Have y'all ever had like a conversation with an other on the panel, and we talking about it, we start to get to solutions, right? And if you bring up taxes or politics, when you don't stay on topic, they open the doors for infiltrators. So let's say we get fired up. It's a pro black space. We get into solutions. Then you talk about taxes, or you talk about some classism. One person can bring it up, and then the conversation, it goes from an extremist to moderate conversation. It used to wake you up. Now it's starting to put you to sleep. It's very important that we stay on topic, or respond to the question first, at least, and then elaborate after. Okay. Because the whole time I've been sitting here about 45 minutes probably, and nobody mentioned anything. As long as we've been talking, nobody mentioned anything. No word, no sellout, no infiltrator. Y'all didn't use no word that even responded to the question that's supposed to be asked. But I'm gonna be quick. But one thing to vet is to understand that a sellout would never tell you what a sellout is. So one of the important things for us to do is define what a sellout is and what methods and words that they use. So if you ask somebody what a sellout is, because we identified a sellout, and he used the term political asylum. What was it, maybe a week ago or so? And so when I heard that, I was like, political asylum. So I had to, do my math and stuff. So I asked questions. And it turns out his dad was a sellout. So shit, he next in
Yeah, I
line. To be
remember
honest,
that.
huh?
Was that when we were talking to that guy from Djibouti? Were you in there when we were talking to that guy
Yeah,
from
from
Djibouti?
Djibouti. Yeah, from Djibouti. And his dad can't go back to
Yeah.
Djibouti. What that mean? What that tells you? That
Yeah.
means
His
he
dad
ain't
sold
going
people
back.
out.
He ain't going back without his dad. So, but you know what? They
You're
came
right.
in. He came in under the banner of unity, right? So, they come in certain ways. Another thing to define and sell out, mainly a tether, is they place immigration first. When you listen to them, they say things like, they might say it in different phrases, but they'll say things like immigration was a part of this building this country. They'll say things like that. Listen. When Obama and Kamala, listen to what they say when it comes to responding to reparations. They'll place immigration first in some form of fashion. Obama he passed a DACA Act. Now, whether they are duped or they're trying to dupe us, it doesn't matter. They're still a sellout. Okay, it don't matter whether they're doing it intentionally or unintentionally. They're still a sellout. You're still doing sellout business, right? So, but listen to how they respond to those certain things as far as reparation. Listen to the ones who say, "Well, um, we're probably not gonna get it anytime soon, or it's probably not gonna happen anytime soon. So we need to pass laws that benefit us now. This is why you need to vote this way, right?" Listen to what they say, and understand that what they're saying now, they're not saying sellouts. What the sellouts are saying now, they're not saying anything different from then 60 years ago, and I have it on tape. So, defining what a sellout is for ourselves is first. Then understanding, ask somebody, hey, what is a sellout? If they don't know what a sellout is, that's probably because they are one. So, and I'll end with that.
I want to. Can I respond to that real quick?
Go ahead and respond. Go ahead.
You was making some good points, but where you lost me at is the two individuals that you named, the ex-president and the white VP. They're not sellouts. They're not part of our group. A sellout is somebody within your group.
That's true.
They're not part of our groups. We've all established that all throughout the app, that Barack,
Right.
he's not eligible for reparations, and neither is Kamala. So I get where you're going at, but when we say sellouts, or we call them rat, and the other word with the C attached to it, they're not part of our groups. She's representing the American islands in India, and he's representing a generationally born white tea American and a gentleman that came straight from East Africa over here that did the forbidden dance and copped a squat. They're not part of our generational born group of people. So they're not sellouts. They're doing exactly what they were supposed to. They're not even programmed to do that. They're uplifting and
They were
protecting
put
their
in
own community.
place to do just what they did.
Sleeper
Let me
cell.
drop.
Yeah.
Let me say this, and then
We
I'm gonna
just
get out,
had to
family.
catch up with
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Okay, let me
Hold
say
on. Let me
no,
respond to that.
please,
Let me
just
respond to
and
that.
because I gotta go, bro. I really do. I gotta
That's
go. I just want to remind the
okay.
family and the panel and everyone listening of the new black media, Professor Black Truth, the Black Authority, Tariq Nasheed, Vicky Dillard, Torian Rain. These people are coming and speaking for and through the grassroots. Do not forget to tune into them. They are on YouTube. Check them out. The new black media.
Check them out.
Thank you, family. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, brother. Let me say this real quick because it's on topic. Okay, let me just run through this. Okay,
Can you block Crypto Daddy and get him out of here?
mods, block Crypto Daddy and get him out of here. Block that guy. Okay, so here's
Got
the
it.
thing. I went over what a sleeper cell was. Okay, I'm not gonna go through, but I'm gonna go through some of the things. Agent of provocateurs. Those are other people that we got to worry about. They instigate conflict. These are the ones that come in the room and they try to cause division. We saw it yesterday with a gentleman there. I allowed it because I just wanted the I had to process everything, and I wanted the family to hear everything. So when I come back the next day, that y'all know that I know what's going on and I see it. I don't, when you see people come in the room and they're here to instigate conflict, those are agents of provocateurs. They're here to dismantle movements from within and create legal and social backlash. Okay? Some of the signs are incitement to violence, promoting extremist narratives, sudden appearance in key discussion. They just come out of nowhere and they have I got to talk on this topic. And they try to sound like they're an authority, and they make up and they just be I'm a tether and I say so at this point. They just make stuff up. It doesn't make sense. Like I said, the dude yesterday, he said he was going to send me this. He's going to bring up whoever he was going to bring up. Never did any of that. I never got nothing in my inbox. And where is this lady he was supposed to bring up that speaks Tut? Where is she? He said he's going to bring her up tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Where is she? These are agent of provocateurs. We got to watch out for these people, okay? They implement moderate protocols. We need to implement moderate protocols, educate on nonviolent resistance, and have a clear community guidelines to how to deal with these people. Now, let me go into shields. Shields promote counter narratives. They subtly promote counter narratives that discredit FBA. They'll say things like, well, we got black on black crime that we got to deal with. They'll just subtly make things and they'll kind of downplay us, but without, but still try to sound like they're one of us. They'll try to sway public opinion, and they support controlled leaders of, I'm Democrat. We're gonna vote Kamala. Those are shields. Why y'all don't want a woman to be president? Those are shields. Okay? They frequently give misinformation and spread doubt. They dilute FBA discussions and their overt criticism of FBA leaders and initiatives. I had a man attack me because my wife is East African. You got to pay attention to what's going on. They try to deter you from the main thing and make it something else. This is what we have to guard against in our communities. This is what we have to put systems in place to identify these things and catch these people in the act and call them out. That's why I'm giving my moderators free reign. If y'all see them up in here, get them up out of here. Because they're there for one thing, to destroy the conversation. to waste time. They're big time wasters. That's why we don't like listening to tethers, because they have these long monologues and they babble and they're just wasting time. Like, we need to hear what you got to say from a failed country. We're not interested. Go fix your homeland first and then come back and holler at us at the same level. You can't be down here and we're right here and you trying to holler. No, come up here first and then we can have a conversation. Get at least to eye level. Don't be down here talking all that mess. Fix what you need to fix, get to where we're at, then we can have a civil conversation and then we can build. Because iron only sharpens iron. We can't build with a dull knife. That's why the colonizer's mindset is like building with a dull knife. You don't do it. They can't sharpen us. All we can do is carry them. And we're not carrying folks no more. We're not doing that. We're not carrying weak. Listen, let the weak deal with the weak. We're strong over here. We're strong in our identity. We're strong in our culture. We're strong in our mindset. And we don't want anybody coming in trying to dull that down. So we got to keep these people out. I got to end the live, guys. We're gonna talk about some. I already have a topic for tomorrow already. I'll surprise you guys with it. We're gonna be on point. We're gonna try to stay on topic and not jump around. I'm gonna allow some leeway because I think honestly, I think this is the making of a think tank right now. We may not be the actual think tank, but I think we're in the making of that right now in this live on this channel. I think we have a lot of phenomenal people who are articulate and understand what needs to be done. And I think we just got to get us all in the room and put our minds together, and we can start solving some of these problems right now. And we're doing it. Like I said, in this room, in this live, on this channel, we came up with a treaty. We came up with the code of honor, and I got it from y'all. This didn't just come from me pulling it out of my butt. I got it from y'all. Y'all said y'all wanted solutions, and we went from bagging on these tethers, right, putting them in their place, to saying, you know what, let's stop punching down. Let's stop punching down. Remember that? When I first started, I started ranting. I started things as a rant, and I was giving these tethers the business. And everybody just start piling in the room, and I'm just giving it to these tethers. This one, bringing them up, putting them in their place, blah, 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 blocking, telling them everything. And everybody was here for that because it's drama. But then y'all said y'all want solutions. And you know what happened? The room got a little bit smaller, but guess what? It got bigger too. So let's grow with the right people. The people that want solutions, come in this room and let's put our minds, our intellectual minds together, and let's solve these problems that are affecting our community. And let's get on code and let's stay on point. That's how we're going to do it. We already got a future candidate that we're going to run. I mean, this is amazing, y'all. This is phenomenal. This is how it's supposed to be done. This is what we should be focusing on and what we should be doing. But we got to keep these agent provocateurs, these shields, these cosplaying tethers out of our midst. We got to find a way to identify them so people know who's who. When you start hearing funny talk, I like what Creed said, when you start hearing funny talk and people want to take the conversation somewhere else, we got to be overly critical of that. Hey, man, what are you doing? We're talking about this. Why are we going over here? Oh, you're trying to waste our time so we don't solve any problems. So we just be all talk and no action. We can't have that. We can't be time wasters. We can't be all talk and no action. We got to be action oriented. We got to be executors. I tell men all the time, because I'm a men advocate, you got to learn how to execute early. The earlier you learn how to execute, the earlier you learn how to follow through with your action and complete a task, the better and more skilled you will become in the future. Women are looking for men who can execute. Let's be the men and let's execute. Let's put a plan in place and let's follow through and finish it till the end. Let's do that as a people. And we got leaders amongst women. Okay, our women are leaders. Our women are top tier over all women. Our women are top tier over all other women. They have the strength. They have the moxie. They have the boldness, the bravado. The only thing men are asking is don't use it against us. We want you to have those things. We want you to flourish in those things. We want you to be leaders. We want you to be outspoken, but do it for the lineage. Do it for the betterment of our community. Don't turn it against your man. And men, vice versa. Don't use your strength against a woman. protect that woman. We need to protect Rebe. If she's going to run for office, we need to have our own security team following her wherever she goes, because she's going to say things that other groups aren't going to like, and she's going to be targeted. And we got to make sure that we don't let them do that. We don't let them take out our people. We don't do that. We protect what's ours. So anytime we have people out there speaking, we need to have some thorough brothers around there making sure nothing happens to them. We need to have brothers who are willing to take a pew if need be. But we got to protect our own, and we can't allow our people to get canceled. We can't allow, if we say anything out in the public and they want to cancel us, we need to be bold enough to say, cancel me because my people got me. That's the reason why a lot of people don't want to speak up in the black community, because they know there's no system in place to catch them when the dominant society knocks them down. We have to create that system, y'all. We have to create that system. That's why this is important. So I'm gonna end it there before I get too teary-eyed over here. Come back tomorrow. Thank y'all for showing up. Thank y'all for the gifts. Thank y'all for the likes. I appreciate everybody here, everybody on the panel. I respect you guys, okay? Let's do this for our lineage. Let's do this for our family. And let's think about the future when we do it. I'm out, y'all. Everybody have a good day.
Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
Have a peaceful day, family. Have a peaceful day. Thank you.